All righty, welcome back. And I hope we have fixed the issues there on the tube.
And people have to see my beautiful face. We got to get the YouTube working.
Yes, we got to get the YouTube working. I think it's working. I'm not exactly sure.
I see that. It looks like you're moving. I'm moving on there. Woo!
All right, so I don't know. You guys tell us out there if the YouTube is a working, is a going, and it looks like. Yep, there we go.
Everyone needs to see me react to Javonte Williams at 36 overall.
Yes. Yes.
That's already a popular choice in here. I'm getting a lot of agreement here at Sports Grill. It's great to be back here, by the way. I had 10 grilled special wings last night, which is down from my usual 63 chicken wing per sitting average.
Okay.
I may take home 20 tonight. They are so good. I inhale. Oh, Sean Stanley took home 20 wings last night. I'm going to take home 20 tonight because I inhaled 10. I could have eaten triple that yesterday.
Yeah, dude. I mean, well, listen, man. I get spoiled because I have it right down the street from me here, and I get it, I don't know, every once a week or once every 2 weeks or something.
Awesome.
It's just absolutely amazing, dude. I just and the wife and obviously the daughter hooked also. They love the special grilled wings. So it's a beautiful thing. And I'm glad that we were able to put together a partnership now with Sports Grill and get this thing going and doing the draft. And listen, this is something that, first of all, nobody gave people a live broadcast. Locally, it was virtual maybe. That's about it.
It was a Zoom.
Right, a Zoom call. Give me a freaking break. That's
as if we hadn't had enough Zoom the past 14 months.
And today, nobody has a draft party going on whatsoever.
Nope.
And so we're the ones that are giving you the hardcore. And next year, everything goes well, God willing, everything. We'll go to the East-West. We'll go to the Senior Bowl. We'll go to the Combine. We'll have way more draft coverage next year. We're only in our 6th month right now. We're starting our 7th month now. So we're babies in this whole thing. But next year, and I was just talking to Dono. He may be going to his first East-West Shrine next year.
I just want to go to Burns Steakhouse. That's all I ask.
Well, that's why I got to take you.
Exactly.
Up there, so
that's why I got to go.
I got to go because I promised him, okay, that that I would give him a Chateaubriand.
Yeah.
And he's got to try that steak. I know it's not going to end up being his favorite. Because he's got his favorite.
It might be. You never know. You never know.
But I know this. When you walk away, you're going to go, dude, you're right. It's a great steak. That's all I know is that he'll say that. And obviously the experience of being at Burns, too, is the other thing. But anyway, besides the steak stuff, let's talk about the real draft coverage. And next year, hopefully, if everything goes well, we're going to have heavy draft coverage like I normally would. But this time, we run the station. So now we're going to have the draft coverage you really want. And so we'll be, just giving everybody just a kick in the ass when it comes to draft coverage. So we're looking forward to it. We're looking to grow. And thank you all out there for hanging in with us and growing with us every single day because it is a fun time, man.
It's fantastic. I mean, and last night was so much fun. Outside of the fact that I'm really angry at the Jacksonville Jaguars for using the entire 10 minutes to make their first pick, which is pretty ridiculous when you know who you're taking and you're not trading the pick away. I mean,
right.
to take the full 10 minutes is insane. Well, what do we have between picks in the second round? Is it 8 minutes, and then I think it goes to 6 minutes in the third round, something like that?
I think it's 7. Is it 8 or I thought it was 7 and 5?
It might be 7 and 5. Which is fantastic because I love, and I'm not a huge fan of rounds 4 through 7, but I do watch. I usually maybe turn off the set by round 7, tomorrow, but I do watch the 4th and 5th rounds, and I love how it really starts to move. Like the pace of it really, really picks up, man. Like, once we get pick number 33 on the clock tonight, it's really only going to be a matter of minutes before the Dolphins come up at number 36. And you will be happy to know I have a couple of active wagers tonight. Only 2, surprisingly enough.
And not shocked.
So here, I have to get the third of a 3-leg parlay, which I'm feeling pretty good about. So I predicted the top 3 running backs taken in order, and I'm 2 for 2 so far, okay? Because we had, no surprise, Najee Harris, the first running back off the board, Travis Etienne. Very puzzled as to why the Jacksonville Jaguars decided to take him, given they already have great running backs. I guess they just wanted to make Trevor Lawrence happy and get his Clemson teammate. So I'm 2 for 2 on that. I need Javonte Williams. I'd like him to be a Dolphin, of course. But I'm hoping and expecting he is the third running back taken to complete my parlay. And I also have a couple of predictions on not necessarily the exact player, but the position that the Miami Dolphins are going to be addressing with their 36th overall pick, the next pick that they have on the board. I sprinkled a little bit even money on an offensive lineman, and I sprinkled some money at plus 250 on a running back. And I know it's not impossible. They go linebacker, right? It still could be a defensive player, but I am banking on it either being a running back or an offensive lineman with the next pick. So I'm looking forward to seeing where they go.
Yeah, and listen, again, guys, I love Javonte Williams. I love him, and I hope they get him at 36. But like I've mentioned, there are several players left right now that if you pick them at 36, I'm not going to complain.
Right.
Tevin Jenkins, I bragged about him yesterday. I would have taken him at 18.
That's going to feel like a steal if he's there at 36.
Yeah, to double later. It's like watching V-Chain double and triple. It's a beautiful
Crypto,
thing.
bro.
That's it. Tevin Jenkins, I would love to take at 36. Javonte Williams, I love at 36. Quinn Miners, if he doesn't last, I mean, I'd love him at 50.
Right.
Right? But if you take him at 36 because you don't think he'll last to 50, I freaking love this guy. Okay? Jeremiah
Owusu-Koramoah. Owusu-Koramoah.
See, that's why I went to him because he got that
I
right.
still botched it.
You take that outside linebacker badass from Notre Dame at 36, and I'm good. I can't complain. So what I'm trying to tell you is there's a lot of really good players available at 36, and Miami has an opportunity to get one of these guys. I know that people have talked about Landon Dickerson, but the injury history is just too brutal for me to go at it. Okay, I love the player, but man, I was a little worried about Jalen Phillips. Okay, and most of the guys around the NFL kind of calmed me down a little bit last night and this morning from it. But Landon Dickerson, I would be completely forget it. I'm in shambles. Yeah, seriously. Tyson Campbell from Georgia is a corner that is 6'1" and runs a 4.3. Again, I know that, they're loaded with corners, but this is a kid that can play all over the field and has got great speed. That's another guy that becomes a bargain at 36 and 50 all of a sudden. Maybe more for 50 than 36, actually. But this is what I'm telling you, that there are guys, the Mooring kid, the safety from TCU, maybe that's a 50.
Yeah.
That's another kid, Javon Holland, another kid from Oregon that can do it all. Another guy at 50. Down the line at 50, that would be for the third round, Spencer Brown. Jalen Mayfield from Michigan at 50. Sam Cosmi, huge tackle from Texas at 50. So there's some guys. Nico Collins is a 6'4", 215 wide receiver from Michigan. That's another guy that you could get at 50 or in that third round at 81. We need a big receiver, right? Because you don't know if Devontae has a future and Preston's been injured. So maybe Nico Collins, and you want to add a big playmaker. That's one of those guys. So what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to walk you off the ledge of the Williams kid, because I love him too, but there's some other players that we could love and really enjoy being a part of the Miami Dolphins' future from here on out. So I just want to kind of mention some of these names because these are the names you're going to hear now in the next two rounds, and some of these players would look good in a Dolphin uniform.
That's all fair and good, but my concern would be, remember the Dolphins passed on running backs in the draft last year.
Yep.
If you don't get one soon this year, I think there's a big drop-off after Javonte Williams. That's what I'm concerned about. I feel like there's a bigger drop-off at running back as you go from Javonte Williams to somebody like his teammate Michael Carter, who's just more limited with his size than Javonte Williams is, Kenneth Gainwell from Memphis. There's a drop-off after Javonte Williams, and heck, it's possible he may not even fall to number 36, okay? So that may become a non-issue. But if he does fall to number 36, I think the Dolphins should take that plunge because, you're going to have potentially better tackles and interior offensive linemen and even linebackers available later than you will running backs, because I think there's a big drop-off after the next running back on the board. That's my concern. as a Dolphin fan. I know that there are other options out there, and I'm not going to complain if Chris Greer gets a good player at another position, but I feel like if you don't address running back now, you may not have a good time to do it in this draft.
Well, I don't know if you heard my last segment today on the first hour of the show, but I used the chess analogy. And right now the Dolphins are going for rooks and bishops and knights and kings and queens. Running backs are pawns. Running backs are very interchangeable. So if you could find yourself a pass rusher, that is so much more precious than a running back at 18. Instead of Najee Harris, you go Jalen Phillips. If you get a stud wide receiver, that's more important than a running back. If you now get, like I said, an outside linebacker like Jeremiah or a right tackle like Tevin Jenkins starting for you, that's way more important than a running back, because your running backs, they may not even see a second contract anymore nowadays.
Yeah.
So if it's that interchangeable, and if you build your lineup to that point, let's just say you get Tevin Jenkins at 36, and then you come back with, let's say, a Quinn Meinerz at 50. Now you have beefed up your line to a point that, boy, you're going to have a monster line. Doesn't matter who runs behind it, it'll be effective.
I hope you're right,
But
because it did seem to matter last year, but you didn't have a monster line last year.
And so now you're trying to get closer to being a championship team, and I know I'm running out of time here, but you want to build a championship team. You can find the running back as a plug-in guy at the end. Like, you're not a championship team this year. So buy the pieces that will get you to a championship a lot quicker, and then next year, if you don't get the running back now, you get through it this year with a better offensive line, a better quarterback, and better receivers, so you'll be fine on offense. Next year, you'll be that running back and maybe another position away from being a Super Bowl-type contending team. That's when you go all in with the running back. But this year, if you can find the harder pieces on the chessboard to keep, instead of going for a pawn, which is a running back, you stay going for the rooks, the bishops, and the knights. That's what they're doing right now. Let's take a quick break. We'll come back on the other side. We'll get ready for the draft. Day 2, right here from Sports Grill, Bird Road, and 114th. Come on out and join us, man. Dolphins have the 36th, 50th, and 81st picks of the draft. We're going to be here for all of those picks, and we'll break it down for you. Omar Kelly also will join us after every pick. We got all that issue fixed, too, so we'll be fine with that. Let's take a break, come back, and the start of Day 2 of the NFL Draft right here on OnSideRadio.com. All righty, welcome back here to Sports Grill on Bird Road and 114th. Our second day coverage of the NFL Draft here on OnSideRadio.com. Alex Dono, Orlando Alzagari with you. As always, Sean Stanley by my side. We got Tito Benash down at the studios in Fort Lauderdale at Drive Pink Stadium. It's a beautiful thing. We got folks coming in here at Sports Grill on Bird Road and 114th. Still got a few tables, so come on out here, man. Still got some space for you guys so you can enjoy the draft. And Dono, I think the same BS that happened last night is going on now.
Are they filibustering again?
Yeah, because I don't think the commissioner came out and said
no, he didn't.
Whoever's on the clock right now. Who is it? Who's first now?
The Jaguars.
Jags. They didn't say some Jags are on the clock. You know, some Jag named Urban Liar or something is on the clock. You know, that's
bulky. You're on the clock.
Yeah. They didn't say that. So apparently we're waiting for it. So it really doesn't start at 7 o'clock. It really doesn't start at 8 o'clock. And, you know, listen, tonight is Friday. But last night, you know, there are people that have to go to work the next day.
Including us.
Yeah, I mean, like have a little bit more, you know, sympathy for folks, understanding, you know, come on, consideration, you know, I don't know how many more adjectives you want me to use, but, you know, take it easy on people, man.
Do you know who was considerate?
Later like that?
Christopher Greer. He was considerate.
He was ready.
The 2 times the Dolphins were on the clock, my man did not waste a second. Right? Everyone else was milking it. Oh, I need 10 minutes. Is the phone ringing? Is it not ringing? What am I doing? Chris Greer was very secure. He knew exactly who he was taking at number 6, knew exactly who he was taking at number 18. That man did not waste our time. Every other GM last night wasted our time, not Chris Greer.
Yep. No, I'm with you there, man. And here's the thing. If Chris Greer was in the Wild West and he was a gunslinger, I would not want to face that dude because obviously he was quick on the trigger finger.
He's the Wild Bill Hickok of the draft room.
He was locked and loaded. Every round rolled around. He wasn't screwing around. He knew what he wanted. And you can tell there was a conviction behind those picks because they were like, no, we got the guy we wanted. We're moving on. This is why we're here at 6. This is why we're here at 18. And we'll find out why they're here at 36 now.
Yeah, and I can't wait to see who comes off the board. I mean, the Jaguars, they oddly addressed running back with their second of 2 first-round picks yesterday, so you have to wonder if they might be thinking of going maybe corner or offensive line with their next pick. You've got the Jets on the clock again, then you've got the Falcons, then we have our Miami Dolphins. So we're looking at, from a Miami standpoint, the 4th pick of this second round coming up. And once we do get this thing started and teams get on the clock, it's going to move a little bit quicker than it did last night because the time limits are shorter, if nothing else. So you can't take 10 allotted minutes. You can take 7 allotted minutes if you really work it that way. So
and I think the delays, sorry to interrupt you, I think the delays will come now because they're trying to get the best players people think are available at the beginning of the second round, some that might have been first-rounders. So this is the time where they might take the 7 minutes for the first few picks because they might be talking trade. And then, I'm with you, then it starts to really loosen up. And then, you know, I think picks will come a little faster than the allotted time. So we'll see. But the Jaguars, I don't know when they're on the clock, if they're on the clock or whatever, but let's see if they can make a pick. And good news for the people there in Cleveland. They got better weather because, boy, if you endured yesterday, unless you were inside that roof and you were under the cold and the rain and all that stuff, that was not a good thing. See, that's why if we're going to do this, you got to do it somewhere where there's good weather at this time of year.
I know a place like that.
Yeah, South Florida.
yeah. And Vegas will be better next year as well.
Yep.
I know it would have been in Vegas last year. But listen, I mean, as far as the rain yesterday, Commissioner's finally on the podium.
All right, let's go to the commissioner. I think he's just going to announce that the Jags are on the clock. Let's see what he does here. All right.
They're filing in behind him. Those are a variety of legends.
All right, he's standing there. I guess they're bringing up a bunch of folks. Oh, that's
Munoz,
of
Hall
right
of Famers coming out.
Yeah. Marshall Faulk. I don't know. There you go. So there's is that the Run DMC guy?
I don't know.
Was that Mike Daniels or something like that? Was that him? It is.
Oh,
it is. That's Run DMC.
Wow, nice.
How about that? All right, here we go to the commish.
Okay, welcome back. Okay, thank you for helping us make day one of the draft last night a night to remember. We had an amazing crowd here at the site, and we had over 30 million people watching last night. Congratulations, Cleveland. The Draftathon also got off to a strong start and continues tonight as we support our communities emerging from the pandemic. You can see all the details on NFL.com/draftathon. As you can see tonight, I'm joined by several active NFL players, NFL legends who all continue to do amazing work in their communities. And since we're just up the road from the Pro Football Hall of Fame and here in the shadow of the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, we're joined by a very special group of Hall of Famers. Help me welcome Rock and Roll Hall of Famers from Run DMC, Daryl DMC McDaniels.
All right, we's making some introductions there while they do that.
Are we going to have another performance tonight? Are we doing that again?
I don't know. Well, he's by himself, so I don't know. I don't know if he's going to do the King of Rock. That is my name. I don't know. We'll see. I don't know if they're going to do that, but yeah, it's. Listen, I give the NFL a lot of credit. They made it. They make it a performance, a show, entertainment. It's They have not left it to the point where it's just, hey, let's make the calls from some dude in a desk over there. So it's just one of those where, we're talking. They get it, and they're making it prime time.
Well, and let's also remember, like there's some stored up frustration from the fact that they couldn't do any of this last year. Right. I mean, last year was all virtual. It was, very, very typical pandemic environment because for the better part of 14 months, people are doing everything virtually. So they probably wanted to blow it out a little bit extra this year because they couldn't do anything live. They had, and you saw the plans that they had for Vegas last year. I'm assuming they're going to do something similar when they go there next year.
We're going to be there.
But it was going to be like the players would have to take a boat ride like out to the stage to get introduced. Like it was going to be the most grandiose draft we've ever seen. And that one got pushed back 2 years. So clearly they want to blow it out in Cleveland this year.
I'm with you. Does Kai Chen Chisholm show up to an NFL draft with a soccer jersey?
That's my dude. Although he's representing a team that they didn't want to let into the Super League.
That's right. Go ahead. You can take off your mask. You're in a restaurant now.
Listen, everything is good, all right? But, it's okay. I have to have my Bayern jersey. I also couldn't go home today, so I'm in the same jersey I was in earlier.
Okay. I respect it.
It's awesome.
Who do you think the Dolphins are taking at 36, man? What do you have your feeling on? Me too.
I don't think it's him.
I know, but I want him.
I want him, but I don't think it's him.
Yeah,
I think it's going to be an offensive lineman.
I like Kevin
Jenkins. It could be offensive line. It could be.
The thing that ruined it was Jacksonville. Like, by taking Travis Etienne at 25.
Right.
That
yes.
ruined everything.
He may not slide.
Which I didn't understand that. Well, this was the draft not to understand because they had James Robinson
but you
kick
heard
ass.
what Urban Meyer said. Oh, he's going to be our third down back.
Yeah, it's like.
Draft the first rounder to be a third round back.
Yeah. That one is.
They're going to have Tim Tebow at tight end. Everything in Jacksonville is going to be great.
Yeah, I mean, if Tebow goes there, they definitely win a championship.
He didn't want to be a tight end for so long.
Yeah.
Now at 33 years old, retires from baseball and is like, I'll come back and be a tight end.
Yeah.
That was the big thing for me because Kai and if Tim Tebow had decided to make that switch a decade ago, I think he could have had an excellent NFL. Exactly. He could have had an excellent NFL career. And the stories back then were, because, obviously things ultimately didn't work out in Denver. He had a cup of tea in New England. It didn't materialize at quarterback. And people 10 years ago
Jets too, by the way.
Yeah, the Jets too. Tim Tebow was getting begged to switch positions and try to play tight end or H-back, and he refused to do it. Back then he said, if I can't play quarterback, I don't want to play in this league. And now he's finally coming around. It may be too late. He should have done this 7-8 years ago.
Well, I think he should have gone to the CFL is what he should have done right away when he couldn't play in the NFL, and then try to sharpen his skills. Warren Moon did it. Jeff
true.
Garcia did it.
Anything.
Wait a minute, I'm forgetting. Doug Flutie went back
Flutie.
and then came back.
Yeah.
There's one. Oh, Joe Theismann.
Yeah.
Joe Theismann won a Heisman and then also had to go to the CFL to then come back to the NFL and win a Super Bowl.
That's right.
So, lots of guys have done it. Hey, Cam Wake came from the CFL.
That's right.
We got Mark Dixon from the CFL. It's not the worst thing in the world to go to a lesser league to try to sharpen your skills. I wish he would have done that because he would have gotten it out of his system. And that's his problem. That's why he's still trying to play, because he can't get it out of his system.
Yeah.
No matter how many times he's on Good Morning America, football makes more, he loves football
Is he
more
on
than
that?
anything else.
I don't watch it. Good Morning America.
I don't know if he
He's
still
on
does,
that?
but dude, he's all over the place.
I've seen him on SEC Network. He does that.
He's
He's good at that,
He is good at that.
He's just
really good at that.
he's just like the most perfect human being on the planet, bro. And so
I would
but
trust his
oh,
ass.
yeah, no questions. Yeah, no doubt. No, you're not even worried about it. But I'm telling you, it's just that's what he should have done. He should have gone to the CFL so he can get out of his system, because if he didn't make it there, then he knows, okay, I can never make it in the NFL. But I almost wonder at times, was he afraid to go try it in the CFL, because then it's kind of it's the exclamation point. It's over. This way, there's still doubt. You'll still have people that'll tell you, no, man, hey, he won a playoff game. Hey, he did this. And it's the one
I'm a part of
Demaryius
that
Thomas
Gators
pass.
fandom that's like, hey, it was one playoff win.
Yeah.
He can't
Yeah.
throw the football well, but the fact that he won a playoff game is it's
The
gotta be
crossing,
one of
dude, the
craziest
crossing
things.
route to Demaryius Thomas. That's all
Like,
it was.
Yeah, it was really one
Cross
play.
out to Demaryius
Well,
Thomas for
also
80 yards.
That defense was awesome.
And let's also not forget an embarrassing moment in Dolphins history when we had Gator Night at Hard Rock Stadium.
Didn't he
and
score 3 touchdowns in the fourth quarter?
He came in the fourth quarter and
was
he
at
led a
that game.
comeback. It was, and you were probably cheering because I know you're that Tebow fanboy. They had Gator Day at Hard Rock Stadium, and then a former Gator beat the Dolphins on the field. It was one of my great humiliations.
He came back and won that game too.
He did. Yeah, it was
It was
him.
a sea of fans, everyone obviously wanting him to lose, and the fact that he beat the Dolphins, it's like Tim Tebow did so much in the NFL that he should have never done.
Yeah.
It's
But he's kind of the
God on his side.
yes,
Yeah.
yes,
Positive attitude in Jesus. You can do anything.
There's no doubt in my mind that guy walks with the angels. I'm telling you, there's simply no doubt in my mind that he does that, and it's just crazy. But I think it would have been cool if he would have gotten this out of his system. All right, the pick is in for the Jags. You go have some wings. Thank you for joining us. We'll get your thoughts on the picks as they come down the line. We'll have a little fun. Will the Jags? What are the Jags going to do now, my brother? Are they gonna beef up more of that offensive line? Are they gonna help that defense?
It's got to be offensive line or corner.
Or maybe they'll draft another running back. Maybe in the spirit of Matt Millen, who used to draft wide receivers. Bless his soul, because he is no longer with us. But he used to draft wide receivers all the time for Detroit, right? So maybe the Jags are into drafting running backs now, and so they'll just draft another running back today. That's what they'll get Kenneth Gainwell today. Now
That would be unbelievable.
That's what
they'll
do.
draft Javonte Williams,
Oh,
and then
no.
I'm going to be so angry.
Can you imagine if they draft Javonte Williams?
Oh, my God.
I think I don't think it'll be at that spot. Now it could be also. I think it could be at the offensive line. Could be in the
Tevin Jenkins.
Could be in the secondary also, that they need some help. I think there are certain areas where they could do it. Let's go to the podium for the call.
Here we go to start round 2.
Duval! Hi, Mom. With the 33rd pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the Jacksonville Jaguars select Tyson Campbell, DB, Georgia.
Well, you guys were exactly right.
All right, so there you go. That's the guy I told you that runs a 4.3, right?
Yeah.
So Tyson Campbell, 6'1", runs a 4.3 from Georgia. This is a kid that I told you this would be a guy that is not a bad player for Miami to pick, not a bad player for anybody to pick. You're getting a corner that is 6'1" and runs a 4.3 at the top of the second round. Are you kidding me? This is the kind of talent that doesn't last very long normally. But again, this is a different kind of draft. So I'm not surprised that this kid goes. This is one of the guys that I had targeted in this second round.
Yeah, I'm a huge fan of big corners, especially when
That
you
can
have
run.
the speed to go with it. Exactly, because, hey, if you're a 6'1" corner, which is very large for that position, but you're running a 4.6, yeah, you're not so much used to anyone. But when you're a 6'1" corner who can also run a 4.3, that's a weapon, because it's a lot harder to create those mismatches that we talk so much about when you have a guy like Tyson Campbell who's 6'1" and runs a 4.3.
Yeah, impressive stuff by that young man. So now we've got the Jets on the clock, and here's where there are some concerns, right? That they could take the running back here.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Now, they need offensive line help on that team. They still need defensive help, too, on this team. So there are some options there right now for them at that offensive line spot, and they've got an opportunity right now to kind of land that. There's a little over 3 minutes on that pick, so it's kind of moving already.
Yeah, we're
you know,
flying
because
here.
we get the announcement and we're already into the 3rd minute of the selection.
And, of course, the Jets made the headlines we expected them to make with the 2nd overall pick, taking Zach Wilson. And, you know, you're seeing the complexion changing a little bit at the future of the quarterback position in the AFC East, where you're going to have Zach Wilson in New York at some point. Mac Jones is going to take over in New England, whether it be the Week 1 starter or maybe he doesn't even play till next year, but that supposedly is the future of New England there after Bill Belichick drafts him at number 15. And, of course, Miami has Tua Tagovailoa, and the Buffalo Bills are in a pretty good quarterback spot as well, as we learned with Josh Allen the last couple of years. So the quarterback position, the complexion is changing a lot in the AFC East.
Yeah, Jets, they're not going to be taking quarterbacks here, that's for sure, because they got their guy already. They ended up getting the best guard considered in this draft, a kid from USC, which, you know, I hate to credit the Jets, but it was an aggressive move, but they have a boatload of picks. And they went from, what was it, like 20 to 11 or whatever it was. Kudos to them for doing that and making that move. That was a really good one. While I'm not, the Zach Wilson one, I don't know enough to feel good about Zach Wilson one way or the other. I got to be honest with you, because I've got to see it to believe it, actually, with Zach Wilson. It's one of those. It's kind of like with Trey from North Dakota State. You know, that to me, the Trey Lance pick, that was for San Francisco to make that trade up for a kid that's that green. My Lord, you better hope that Jimmy Garoppolo can stay together and not be Humpty Dumpty on the field, because then you've got to try to put him together, because that kid's not going to be ready for several years. It's going to take 2 or 3 years to get that kid ready for the NFL level, and because he's really green, really talented. He's got a lot of skill sets that you like for this kind of game, but, man, he is far away from being the player they need.
Yeah, and listen, I think he's in a good spot because he's got a coach who works well with quarterbacks. He's got a lot of talent on his offense. The guy that I worry a little bit more is Zach Wilson. And when you get drafted to play quarterback in the NFL, it doesn't only matter who you are and what you can do. It also matters so much where you go, right? Am I really to believe that Robert Saleh is going to turn this Jets franchise around when you still have Joe Douglas as your GM, you still have crappy ownership with the Johnson family? Getting rid of Adam Gase isn't automatically an addition by subtraction. It may be to a certain extent, and you've got, Mike LaFleur, Matt LaFleur's brother, coaching the offense there. So, New York Jets fans believe they're turning it around and that Zach Wilson's going to be the savior. But if that organization continues to be as dysfunctional as they've been for the better part of the last couple of decades, he may be in a position where he's getting set up to fail. So that's what I worry about there with Zach Wilson. And, hey, the New York Jets pick is in. We're still waiting for the commissioner to come out to the podium to announce it. So you look forward to seeing where they go and how this may impact the Dolphins' pick. So the Jets, their pick is in. Then you've got the Atlanta Falcons on the clock, and then our Miami Dolphins are only 2 picks away,
I can't wait, dude. The Jets pick is in now. They already put wide receiver, running back, DE, linebacker, and cornerback right now available. Let's go.
To announce the Jets selection.
Oh, there you go.
With the 34th pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the New York Jets select future Pro Bowler Elijah Moore, wide receiver, Ole Miss.
By the way,
That's a good pick.
it's a good pick. I like the kid. But Dolphin fans, celebrate, baby, because Javonte Williams is. And if you look at it now, the Falcons now are on the board now, Donald. So now, and I don't believe the Falcons are going to be taking a running back.
No, I don't think so either.
You know what I mean? I think they're going to take offensive line here that they didn't. They didn't take the offensive line.
They should have
earlier.
taken Sewell, and they didn't.
Yeah, but now they're going to take my guy Tevin. Okay.
Oh, that's my guy too.
Yeah, exactly. So they signed Mike Davis as a free agent. They can still go and get a running back later on in the draft. But then again, we are talking about the team that could have picked an offensive lineman to protect Matt Ryan, and they went with the tight end, who's phenomenal, don't get me wrong. But now is where you get Tevin. Now is where you get Tevin Jenkins at this point, so you can get that tackle to protect and help you run the football at the same time. If you get a running back here, you are now really lessening your chances to protect the quarterback that has no mobility whatsoever. So I would imagine that Tevin is going to go in this spot here. Let's see. Out of the names I have, Tevin Jenkins definitely could go here. Landon Dickerson or Creed Humphrey. Now they've got Matt Hennessy as their center, so they could do that. Sam Cosmi is another guy that could go in this area because he's a mammoth human being. So that would be an option for them. I just kind of feel that they're going to go on the offensive line here.
Well, if they go hypothetically for Tevin Jenkins, then honestly, I would applaud the Atlanta Falcons because Tevin Jenkins.
They played
to
it
me,
right.
They played it right because I had him rated in the first round, as did most of these so-called experts out there. Like Tevin Jenkins was a guy.
It's been traded.
Oh, it's been traded. Could that be so?
To the Broncos.
To the Broncos.
Well, the Broncos need a quarterback. Am I correct?
Well, not if they get Aaron Rodgers. Who knows?
No, but I mean, if they're not trading Aaron Rodgers and they already turned it down,
Yeah.
This could be here the Stanford kid or Kellen Mond. So they want to get the best quarterback that's available. They're desperate for quarterback.
I hope that's what it is.
So that could be the selection right now with Denver stepping in there and taking this pick at this point in time. So Denver moves in for the Falcons, and now they've got the pick, and we'll see what it is. But if they like one of those quarterbacks, then I think that would be the and center's the other one too, by the way.
Yeah.
Is something that they need badly. But I got to tell you something. I mean, well, unless they take Quinn Miners, I just wouldn't take the Alabama kid when it's all said and done. But I would not be surprised here if this is a quarterback right now for the Broncos. And there are two guys. I know the Stanford kid only has like 11 games or 12 games on tape, and so it's hard to kind of measure him. Folks like his accuracy, and accuracy, as we all know, is just one of those things that if you're gifted with it, it's very important. Accuracy, ball placement, those kind of things. Now, Kellen Mond is actually more athletic.
Yeah, he's very athletic.
He's got a gun for an arm. There's a lot of raw ability with Kellen Mond, and a lot of NFL people tell me that he's the kind of project that NFL teams salivate over because they can try to mold it. Now, it's a major gamble, okay, at this point. But that's kind of that's what you got to do right now. And Denver's been desperate for a quarterback. They traded for Teddy Bridgewater. They've got, obviously, the Drew Lock kid. But they're not, Bridge is a guy
I'm not a fan of Drew Lock. I mean, I think you can find something better.
He's so gifted, man.
I don't know. He just can't put it together.
Right. Consistency it's so difficult.
I like Kellen Mond a lot. I watched him quite a bit last year, and he has
at this level
the size, the athleticism, the arm. Just sometimes the decision making isn't always there, and the accuracy isn't always perfect. But I see something there you can mold, and I feel like if Trey Lance can be a top 5 pick, I don't see why Kellen Mond can't be an early second-round pick.
Yeah, right. And so that's why I'm saying that here's where you start taking project quarterbacks in the second and third rounds. So maybe this is going to be the case for the Denver Broncos. They are approaching the podium now, so that means that the Miami Dolphins pick is on deck, baby. It's a beautiful thing now. Let's find out where Denver is going.
They made the aggressive move. Here we go.
Okay. The Atlanta Falcons have traded the 35th pick to the Denver Broncos. With the 35th pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the Denver Broncos select Javonte Williams, running back, North Carolina.
So there's a lot of Dolphin fans right now that are disappointed. So
you're on your own. I'm out of here.
The Broncos obviously felt that the Dolphins were going to take Javonte Williams.
I did win my bet. That's good. I got the order exactly correct on the first 3 running backs taken. So that there is a silver line. Everyone can feel very happy for me if you're not happy.
I'm happy for you.
Thank you.
I'm happy for you. That's it. But Javonte Williams is a beautiful thing. He's a hell of a running back. Great balance,
bulldozer,
the toughness. He was a former linebacker for 3 years in high school before he switched to running back his senior year. And so that's why he's such a physical player, because he loves contact. He's a linebacker. And so linebackers sometimes do make good running backs. They make that change. And Javonte Williams is a guy that is great at breaking tackles, yards after catch. He's a wide receiver. I mean, really, it's a good pick. I love the kid. He's a player and a half, man.
All right, so who do I get now? Chuba Hubbard later in the draft? Can we think about that from Oklahoma State? It's just
I think it might be the Carter kid from North Carolina, the Gainwell kid from Memphis. These are some of the other backs that are going to go.
Carter did torch Miami as well. Not as badly as Javonte Williams did,
right.
But Carter can run.
He's a tough dude, bro, and he's quick.
I'm really sad. Like I feel like the Dolphins blew it here.
The Dolphins pick is already in.
Well, yeah, because Chris Greer doesn't waste any time.
Because Chris Greer knows exactly what they want already.
You missed out on Javonte. I'm very disappointed. Like
I got to tell you, ladies and gentlemen, right now, if they get Tevin Jenkins, you get your starting right tackle for the Miami Dolphins right away.
Forfeit the rest of the draft.
If you get Jeremiah
Owusu-Koramoah,
the outside linebacker from Notre Dame, I would love that pick here. There's several picks here, man. Trevor Mooring from TCU, although I think you could wait to 50 for that kid.
Yeah, I think so.
I really do. But I right now, I'm kind of eyeing Jenkins and Koramoah as the guys to select for the Miami Dolphins, because you get the tackle or you get the badass outside linebacker. They're both in need. And now all of a sudden, with Benardrick McKinney being in the middle, right, and you add this kid on the outside, and then you already added Jalen Phillips. Oh my Lord, you are adding some real studs to this defense. So there's a lot of good options for the Miami Dolphins right now in this pick. So the pick is in. We are awaiting them to approach the podium. I think they're being told, hey, you don't stand by the couch, you go to the podium. And so now they're going to the podium. They're strutting to the podium. All right, here we go with the pick for the Dolphins.
They are ready to announce the Dolphins selection.
Woo! All right, y'all. It's our new record. Yeah. Friends and family, thank you so much. All right? Yeah. The new pick for the Miami Dolphins, Javon
Who's safety?
Holland.
Javon Holland.
All right, Javon.
That means I lost a bet there. I had money on either a running back or an offensive lineman.
Hey, let me ask you something. What's the radio station that had a draft profile on Javon Holland?
That would be OnSideRadio.com.
Right, the only radio station in South Florida that knows anything about the draft. Why the hell do you think I put Javon Holland as one of the draft profiles? Okay? Now, maybe they don't think he can last to 50.
That's what I was going to ask you. Were you thinking 36 or 50? Because I was thinking 50 for Javon Holland.
Let me explain something. This kid is lightning quick, This kid plays safety, and one of the things I've talked on my show already for 2 years now, their safeties have to have coverability.
Right.
Okay? Javon can move in and play nickel if he wants to.
That's the thing, yeah.
Okay? We're talking about a guy that can cover safeties, can cover tight ends, can cover your slot receiver, and has got coverage skills back there. He's got leadership qualities. He's smart. He's athletic. This is a hell of a pick. I love this kid, all right? I'm a fan. There's a reason why I made, the one of the draft profiles. He's the only safety I have in the draft profiles. Didn't make another one. If you look at it, if you've been listening to our station and all the draft profiles I've been running, Javon Holland out of Oregon was the only safety I put because I thought that would be the guy that they could target at this point. Now, I'm thinking more at 50, but I don't play this game. Chris Greer does. I don't get paid for this. Chris Greer does. I won't get fired if I'm wrong. Chris Greer will. So he knows more than I do, and he must have felt. And listen, from all the things that I talk to people about, they love Javon Holland, man. A lot of people love this kid. Miami got themselves a starting free safety, and they needed it because you're looking at a kid what's it called? Is it Cousins or what's? I'm brain farting. The deep safety that they have now. That was the slot corner.
Who's
playing safety now? Damn it.
Yeah. Well, no. The guy with the dreads. What the heck?
Damn. I'm brain farting.
I'm brain farting too.
Huh?
Yeah. Bobby McCain.
Bobby
Yes.
McCain.
Damn
Damn
it, Sean.
Bobby McCain.
Yeah.
Bobby McCain doesn't have the size, and he got the shoulder injury. He wore down playing that position. That's not what he is. He's not a guy to be playing with contact all the time. So this kid is bigger, stronger, and more in the line of playing free safety and brings the athleticism to it. So Javon Holland, I love this pick. This is a terrific pick by the Miami Dolphins.
Yeah, a couple notes on Javon Holland. One of them you touched on. Brian Flores loves defensive backs with versatility. He doesn't like a guy that's going to be pigeonholed to be in a certain. You have to cover, and you have to be able to play multiple positions. Like, that's really something that Brian Flores puts a premium on. The other thing that I like about Javon Holland is this guy was a high school wide receiver, so he has ball skills as well.
Yes.
So he is someone who is going to be capable of being sure-handed when it comes to interceptions, and he knows the way wide receivers think because he was one of them at the high school level. So he brings that added mental versatility to it as well.
And remember, your slot corner gets injured, you can move in Javon now and then put Bobby back there again. And now Bobby can swing between safety and he can now go back to playing the slot.
Amen.
You know what I'm saying?
Amen.
So now you put Bobby, and now you're deeper at corner because now you bring Bobby back to his natural position. He's going to be super happy. He must be sitting there going, damn, bro, thank you. Now I don't have to play safety. We'll put that kid there when he's ready, and I can move back to the inside and play the nickel spot. So I get it. I know a lot of you wanted the pizzazz of the running back and the sexiness of the running back. This is a really good pick for the Miami Dolphins.
Yeah, I'm happy, and we get a little time to reflect on this. Oh, and I noticed Javon Holland looked very happy to be a Miami Dolphin when he was putting the hat on. So, you get extra smiles when you put on that Dolphins hat. Players don't mind the idea of coming down here to South Florida. Something that was really funny yesterday, which I think was a little bit unfair due to the context. Did you see all the memes from Jalen Waddle about how the camera view that they had, it looked like he clowned his family, right? Because after he got taken, they showed him in the green room. He sat up from the couch, ignored his family when they were cheering, and he walked right up to the podium. Well, I think he was a little bit taken aback by the reaction, so they did tweet out another video that showed, no, on live TV they missed it. He did hug his mom.
Right.
He hugged a couple of siblings before he came out, so they did him dirty.
It looks like the Eagles pick is in. They're making their way to the podium. We are going to find out now what direction the Eagles are going in.
Here from Willowick, Ohio, and he's here to announce the Eagles pick.
Oh, keep going. I was going to sing. Always great to come back to my hometown, Cleveland rocks! Yeah! All right, now for the Philadelphia Eagles, after a fantastic move in the first round,
to move up to get Devontae Davis. They've got another great pick here. So with the 37th pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the Philadelphia Eagles select a guard from Alabama, Landon Dickerson.
All right. Good luck keeping him in one piece. And I mean, I'm sorry. What can I tell you? All right. Let's take a quick break. When we come back, we'll play a profile from Javon Holland for those of you that did not hear it throughout the last couple days here on our station at OnSide Radio. You know, the station that actually knows about the draft, not, the Mickey Mouse stuff that you have going on around town. We will take a break. We're coming to you live from Sports Grill on Bird Road and 114th as we're breaking down the draft picks. Number 50 is next for the Miami Dolphins. Who will it be? Alex Dano, Sean Stanley, Tito Benash down at the studios. Back with more of your 2021 NFL Draft coverage, Day 2, right here on OnSideRadio.com. All right, we're back, baby. Yes, we are rocking and rolling. And, of course, we are out here at Sports Grill in Miami, Bird Road and 114th. It's day 2 of the NFL Draft. And, of course, the Dolphins just made the pick. Javon Holland, the safety out of Oregon. I am a fan. But let's find out. Omar Kelly is down at the Dolphin facility. He is ready to join us. Omar, how are you doing, my man? How's it going over there in Dolphins headquarters?
We're actually not at headquarters. We're only at headquarters for the first day of the draft. Nobody's allowed there now. So, but this is an interesting pick, and the reason I say it's interesting is because I had heard 2 names that the Dolphins were locked and loaded on during this draft. I didn't believe it, but the 2 names were Jalen Waddle and Javon Holland. And I am actually surprised that the Dolphins weren't out there lying on the NFL street. I guess you generally got to exchange good information to get good information. And the Dolphins were candid in being honest that those are their 2 guys. And I'm kind of shocked.
Well, hey, listen, I don't know if you hear our draft profiles on our show, on our station that we created. We only had 1 safety profiled. Do you know who it was?
Yeah.
Javon Holland.
Yeah.
Okay. I had the same, like this is the guy. The guys I talked to around the league, they love this kid's versatility. He can cover the deep. He can cover the deep center. He's got the speed. He's got the range. He can step in and cover your nickel spot if he has to. He can cover tight ends. This kid is super versatile, smart, tough. There's a lot of great qualities to this kid.
Yeah, he's got ball skills. He can play in the nickel, so he's got, cornerback skills. The only concern about him is his size, 6'1", 200 pounds. That's pretty good for a cornerback. The question is, can he stick his nose in there and really make tackles, play closer to the line of scrimmage? But I will say this. I had heard that they were looking for an intelligent safety that can basically coordinate the defense like Bobby McCain, ultimately his replacement. Because as you know, Bobby McCain's making $7 million this year, $7 million next year. That's a little high for their taste. So this young man is probably going to be groomed to replace Bobby McCain. Question is, how quickly can he learn their defense in order to contribute right away?
Well, I was going to ask you, could that be an immediate replacement for Bobby McCain? Any chance he becomes a cap casualty?
I would be shocked if that was the case.
Not this year. Not this year.
Not this year.
Exactly.
The reason why I say people who do not understand football and do not understand how Brian Flores operates, they don't understand the value that Bobby McCain has. Bobby McCain is Brian Flores on the field. He is the conductor of the defense. He keeps everything tight. He limits the breakdowns. He cleans up the gaps. And that's not an easy player to find. I mean, 1 second of hesitation at that position in that secondary, and you're beaten big and you're beaten deep. That really the value and the strength of this Dolphins defense is their secondary. That's how they were able to get all the sacks because, they were leaving guys out there exposed, naked, one-on-one. They were doing their job and covering. And the linebackers were out there doing these exotic blitz and hit home on 41 of those sacks. If you take away that secondary or you weaken it by maybe moving Bobby McCain or getting rid of Bobby McCain, I'm not sure you're going to get the same kind of defense.
Well, no, the thing that I brought up before you came on was Bobby now eventually when he's ready to start, Bobby will move in and be more of your either nickel corner, helping you out on the dime, and then being your backup free safety too, if the kid is ever ready at this point sometime this year to take over.
Not for $7 million, Big O.
No,
not for $7 million.
But I'm just saying for this year, if that change happens, they're not going to get rid of Bobby because they need the depth and the versatility. So they know Bobby now can play some free safety. They know he shines more at the nickel spot. So now you have more versatility and more depth on your secondary because Bobby goes from starter to real key backup for you in your secondary. All of a sudden you become a lot better, at least for this year, like I said, because you and I kind of anticipate the same thing. Bobby is safe for this year. It's next year. Unless this kid comes in from camp and just tears it up completely and somebody else starts to shine, then Bobby could be in trouble. But I doubt that happens right away. That's kind of unfair to expect a kid to take over right away.
Yeah, I mean, they generally have given guys rookies small doses, small roles that they can play and fill, and then they build from that.
Piecemeal.
So, yeah, so it would surprise me. Richie Grant, who is another player that I actually heard they were big fans of, the UCF cornerback, safety, has gone to Atlanta at pick number 40. So we're 10 picks away. We got to talk about how Denver came up, left them empty-handed here.
That's what I wanted to ask you about. So you think that do you think that Javonte Williams was the player the Dolphins would have wanted had he fallen one more spot?
Absolutely. I'm sure they will never admit it, but, I mean, there are three clear-cut starters, and I know they like Gaineswell. That's another guy I've heard that they're big on, so maybe he's the pick. Let's go 3 for 3 on guys that I'm told.
But that'll be third round, doggy. They're not going to pick him at 50.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
I mean, but yeah, and Big O, they can plan to get him in the third round, and then it'll be just like last year's draft all over again.
Oh, that's true. Oh, gosh. Hey, Omar, I wanted to ask you, because we didn't get a chance to talk to you last night after the second of the 2 first-round picks, number 18. Obviously, I know who you wanted at number 18, Najee Harris, who ended up going to the Steelers at 24, but what was your thought on the Jalen Phillips pick?
You know I like Jalen Phillips.
I know.
I think he's solid. He was my number 1 pass rusher. I personally would not have selected him in the first round if I were a GM, because I'm concerned about the medical. Second round, 36, where I don't have to guarantee all of that money to him, great. First round, but I understand. And the one thing that I will say about this Dolphins draft is they're taking risks.
Oh, wait. Hey, Omar, we got breaking news. The Dolphins are up next at 42. They traded up. You know what, dude? I understand your business. Why don't we let you go so you can do your thing, my brother, and we'll talk to you after the 42nd pick, because I don't want you to, let's keep it professional. I love you for calling in. Let's hook up after this 42nd pick so you can do your thing, and then we'll continue this conversation. All right, my brother?
Cool. All right, big dog.
You got it. There you go. Omar Kelly with our EJDconstruction.com draft report from Omar Kelly in the South Florida Sun Sentinel. So the Dolphins have now moved up with the Giants. They traded. So the Dolphins, this is the center. This is the center.
Ikenberg.
This is the center. No, this is okay. No. I want Quinn, bro. Miners. I want Quinn Miners from Wisconsin Whitewater. I love Quinn Miners. He has a nasty streak. He's athletic as hell. He went to the Senior Bowl and dominated. He's got a great attitude. He plays football. Now, it also could be.
There's word. There's word. I mean, do you want me to spoil it? Because
linebacker.
there is some word on who it might be. Do you want me to spoil
it? Is
it?
It the Notre Dame kid?
Offensive tackle from Notre Dame, Liam Ikenberg.
Okay, that's fine.
looking like that's going to be the pick.
Okay, who's reporting that?
Barry Jackson from the Miami Herald.
Okay, all right. Well, if it's Ikenberg, that's a good pick too. I told you they needed a right tackle.
Yeah.
So they got to get some of these tackles, one of these tackles off the board. So Ikenberg would be one of the other guys that would be at this spot. That would make a lot of sense. The pick is in for the Lions now, by the way. Oh, yeah, the pick is in for the Lions. So we will go to the pick when it's ready, and see what the commissioner says. Although they might be in a commercial break, they might be skipping. You might miss out on the pick. Maybe they come back from the commercial break and they can get the Dolphins pick. Although Chris Greer is so fast, and we got to thank Chris Greer because he makes the show go by faster.
Absolutely.
I mean, Chris, the rest of the NFL needs to, try to pick up on Chris Greer's momentum here, bro, because he doesn't mess around. He knows exactly where they want to go and what they want to do. And I just love that this dude is constantly ready and locked and loaded. Kind of reminds me of me when I'm doing fantasy drafts. I don't really waste a lot of time in fantasy drafts.
No, same here. They give you whatever 3-5 minutes on the fantasy draft. I plug it in right away. So yeah, the word is that the Dolphins, in trading up, are going to take Liam Ikenberg, the offensive tackle from Notre Dame. Considered to be a guy who's ready to go right now. One of the most ready plug-and-play tackles in this draft. So in this case, we saw, last year the guy who ended up being their starting left tackle. The Dolphins took a bit of a project in the first round in Austin Jackson. This time around, they're reportedly going with a guy who's ready to hit the field and contribute immediately in Liam Ikenberg.
Let's go to the commish.
With the 41st pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the Detroit Lions select Levi Onwuzurike, defensive tackle, Washington.
All right. Not too early. All right, so now the Dolphins are on the clock, as they say. Now we wait for the pick after the Lions at 41 picked Levi. Got themselves a little defensive tackle help. Now they say, at least the reports are saying, that it's going to be an offensive tackle for the Miami Dolphins, Ikenberg. So we will see if it is Ikenberg, and if it is, that's fine with me. I have no problem now. Now we're gonna be nice and slow here till the 80th.
Oh, yeah, that's true.
Oh, wait a minute. Hold on a second. Did he trade the 80th pick?
Oh.
Are they out of picks?
I don't know if we have the terms for that yet.
Yes, get the terms because
see if anybody's reporting.
They might have had to trade the 80th pick. Well, no, wait a minute. They moved up. Oh, yeah, they moved up.
They moved up 8 spots.
Yeah, no, they may have had to give up that third-round pick. And they got their tackle. So, I get it. Listen, this is about making the offense better. You got to now all of a sudden, if it is Ikenberg, okay, because I haven't heard it yet, but if it is Ikenberg, then you've got Solomon Kinley and you've got Hunt as your guards and you've got Jackson as your tackle. Now you've got to solve your center spot. And I don't know if they're going to trade up and try to make a move for a center in this one, but if that's the case, we will see.
Oh, the pick is in, by the way.
Okay.
So we'll hear from the commissioner in a moment, but the pick is in. And again, our guy Chris Greer does not waste a second.
Yes, I love it, man. Again, that shows that they're not screwing around. They know exactly what they're taking. They know exactly what they want. So it's a beautiful thing when you've got that going on. And listen, we're going to find out now. We got to find out the terms on this trade. With the Giants, by the way, trading back as expected. The Dolphins jumped to 42, and they're going to. This is what Rap Sheet is reporting. He's reporting it too.
NFL Draft. The Miami Dolphins select Liam Ikenberg, tackle, Notre Dame.
You got your right tackle.
All right. I was thinking maybe the outside linebacker from Notre Dame. They ended up going with the right tackle from Notre Dame. I like the pick. They needed a right tackle. They need to beef up that line. You're going to watch some of the highlights. Kid can play, man. I got no problem with that selection.
I've got the terms of the deal. We do still have the 81st pick. So Adam Schefter,
we're still on the air.
Adam Schefter tweeted, Giants traded number 42 to Miami for number 50 and a third-round pick in 2022. So we gave them a third-rounder for next year, not for this year.
Okay, all right, good. All right, then that's good. So they're in place still at number 80. Maybe that's where that running back is going to go. We'll see. We'll see where they're at guards. No, not guards. I'm sorry, a center. That's also going to be another one at 80. Now I don't know if certain guys are going to last all the way to pick 80 at that center spot, especially my boy Quinn Miners. I don't know if it's going to be if that's going to be the case.
Well, I hope Liam Eichenberg can transition pretty easily to right tackle because he was a left tackle at Notre Dame. I'm watching some of the film, some of the highlights here. Great footwork. It looks like he covers a lot of ground. But yeah, if we're thinking of using him as a right tackle, we hope that's a quick and easy transition for him to kind of adapt to become a mirror image of himself.
Yeah, well, they needed a right tackle. They solved that spot by getting this young man. And again, listen, you have to make commitments to the offensive line. And you've got to build that offensive line. I don't want to see what happened to Andrew Luck. I don't want to see what happened last year to Joe Burrow. If you draft a young quarterback, damn, protect him, man. And last year, you had a young line, but you had no playmakers. And there weren't enough playmakers out there. Outside of Gesicki, you just didn't have a lot of guys you can count on. Now, he's going to have guys where he can get rid of the football quickly because he's got two blazers on the ends. And now he's got big targets with Gesicki, with Parker, with Preston Williams. So now all this becomes a lot easier for him. And if he's got a line that can give him time, that's going to be absolutely enormous. 3 of your guys come back next year. They got second-year experience now. I'm sure Liam is going to be battling for that right tackle spot with Jesse Davis or Hunt if they're going to play him at tackle at the moment, or they're going to play, what's he called? The veteran that they just got, damn it, from Baltimore.
Fluker.
Fluker.
DJ Fluker.
So Fluker, I'm sure, will be the starting right tackle. At least it's penciled in. But obviously, if he doesn't play well, he's an older player now at this point.
Yeah.
If Jesse Davis or Liam show something, then they're desperate and they move Hunt. I would think Hunt will stay at guard, and those three guys will battle at the right tackle spot. I would expect that. If Hunt has to be moved over to right tackle, then you've got serious problems because you've got three guys that aren't getting the job done, and that would be scary. You know what I mean? So I think right now, I like that they have, and remember, Jesse's the swing guy. So he can go to left and right tackle, too.
He can play anywhere on that line.
So yeah, I love that. So Fluker is the guy that, the way they got it set up, they start Fluker, you train Liam, you get him ready, and then Jesse is your swing guy for either side. I think in a perfect world, that's how they would like it to work out.
I love this comment from Craig C. in the YouTube chat. He says, I love when you guys talk up the drafted players. Go back and watch drafts, and we should have won 5 Super Bowls by now. Now, listen, Craig, to be fair, 18th pick last night, was a little bit critical of Jalen Phillips because of the injury history.
And Craig, hey, buddy, you obviously didn't watch me cover drafts from Dave Wanstead and Jeff Ireland and all that stuff. I guess you weren't at the bubble, right, when I was going, Ted Ginn, what are you doing? When Vontae Davis got drafted, I got booed by 2,000 Dolphin fans because I said he can play, but he's immature. So, I mean, my brother, if you're going to talk crap, at least be accurate, okay? Because I'm like the last guy that is, always wearing the pom-poms for everything. I don't do that, actually, okay? And you got to understand, what I'm watching the last 2 years and a half now with Chris Greer and this group is completely different than what I've been bashing for 20.
Yeah.
So I'm not sure what the hell Craig is watching, but for 20 years I've been killing the Dolphins because they were so inept and incompetent. So, I mean, if you're going to say something, at least try to be accurate. Now, if you want to just pull stuff out of your ass, then maybe you should actually work for Intercom.
And the Dolphins have burned me a couple of times already in this draft, though. Yeah, Omar Kelly and I, we really wanted Najee Harris yesterday at number 18. Up a couple of spots today to make sure that you could get Javonte Williams. Instead, the Denver Broncos showed you up with that pick. So it's not like it's all been sunshine and rainbows for me. But, at the end of the day yesterday with the 18th pick going to Jalen Phillips, even though that may not have been the exact player that I was hoping for at that spot, I've got a lot of love for Jalen Phillips. Outside of the injury history, you can argue he is the best pass rusher in this entire draft. So, yeah, I was content with that. And like O said, to put the cherry on top, Chris Greer is a guy that I trust to evaluate and do his job. I didn't feel that way about the Jeff Irelands of the world, Annenbaums of the world, but I do trust Chris Greer. I'm going to let the guy cook.
Yep, I'm with you there. So Ray, by the way, says, I did not boo you on the Vontae Davis fiasco back in the day. That's all right. It's all good, bro. I mean, give me a break. It's just it happens with some callers and some listeners, some people that support the show and the station. They want to be smart asses and they want to say stupid things that really make no sense whatsoever. All right, the Raiders, by the way, took Trevor Mooring, the safety from TCU.
It's the run on safeties this round.
Yeah, because
the UCF kid went as well after the Dolphins got their safety in Holland, so they're all coming off the board.
Yep, the run is making it now. All right, so let's do this. Let's take a quick break. We'll come back on the other side. We're coming to you live from Sports Grill on Bird Road and 114th. Come on out here, join us. Alex Dono by my side. Sean Stanley, the man, the myth, the legend, putting it all together. We got Tito Benash down at the studios at Drive Pink Stadium. We'll take a break. Day 2 coverage of the 2021 NFL Draft continues right here on OnSideRadio.com. Yes, we are back, baby. We are back here at Sports Grill on Bird Road at 114th, and thank you to so many that have come by. It's pretty, we got a few tables left still, but it's a great crowd we got going on a Friday night.
Truly
here.
awesome out here.
It isn't. It's been 2 great nights.
Because you never know what the second night, because
Yes.
the first night is always packed because it's the first round, it's prime time. I've been to some draft parties in my day. Oh, we've hosted shows before in the past where we do day 1, day 2. Sometimes we even do day 3 in the past, and night 2, there's usually a big difference in
Those
the
were
crowd.
the Joe Bell years, by the way, that we were doing day 3. I just want to
Right.
point that out because that's the one dude that when he took over, hey, I love draft coverage. We are going to support you, this and that, and all that. And Joe Bell was the only one. Hell, Joe Bell came in and goes, hey, you're not paying for your trips anymore.
That's fantastic.
Because I remember I used to pay for my way all the time.
Yeah. 'Cause
Cincinnati
you were
Bengals.
committed.
Cincinnati Bengals pick is in. The commissioner will announce it. Let's go to him.
Burrow could certainly use. Let's see what direction the Bengals choose to go here in round 2. Here comes the commissioner.
The NFL's Inspire Change initiative showcases how the NFL family works together to reduce barriers to opportunity and create positive change in communities across America. Cincinnati native Means Cameron is a graduate of Program Mortar, supported by the Bengals' local Inspire Change efforts that helps minority entrepreneurs build a comprehensive skill set. From there, Means built his own successful business, Black-owned, and is using his growing business to create a brand that transcends race, generation, and location. Congratulations, Means. Please do us the honor of announcing your Cincinnati Bengals pick. I got you. Come on, bud. You come with me.
Wow. Cincinnati, it's our year. Black-owned boys in the building. Who they? And with the 46th pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the Cincinnati Bengals select Jackson Carman, tackle, Clemson. Let's get it.
All right, Jackson Carman, offensive tackle for Clemson, goes to Cincinnati. One orange team to another orange team, I guess. After the Raiders took Trevor Mooring at 43, the Cowboys, we thought maybe Asante Samuel would go. He's still waiting. Kelvin Joseph, the cornerback from Kentucky, went to 44. The Jags then picked Walker Little, Stanford CB. And now you just heard the Bengals taking Jackson Carman, the offensive tackle out of Clemson. For those of you on YouTube, if you want to send in any questions, we got some time now. We can actually answer some of these questions and get some of the breakdown here.
As we wait for those to come in, I've got a great stat on Liam Ikenberg, the new Dolphins offensive tackle.
Go ahead.
This courtesy of Simon Clancy from 3 Yards Per Carry. Eichenberg is the only offensive tackle to not allow a sack in 400-plus pass attempts last season. No sacks given up, 400-plus pass attempts. That's pretty impressive.
He's a big dude that can move.
Yeah.
Okay.
And that's one of the big things that jumps off the tape on him. Footwork and quickness are incredible. He covers a lot of ground.
Well, remember, you got to understand, Eichenberg now is in charge of Tua's blind side.
Yeah.
So teams are going to play around a little bit with the lines, and they might use some of their more athletic guys to go and line up on the blind side. And so Eichenberg, if whoever you put at right tackle, and I know Omar Kelly's going to hate me for saying this, but I like Jesse Davis, but that's not the guy you want to put at right tackle right now to protect the blind side of Tua. Fluker is a veteran, so at least you're hoping he can hold the spot while Eichenberg gets warmed up to the position, and then eventually there's a transition, and now Eichenberg becomes the starter and Fluker then becomes the backup in a perfect world. So that's why you had to make sure that whoever you put on the right side has to have a lot of mobility because it's to his blind side, and he doesn't see it coming. Front side, Tua doesn't have a problem. He reacts really quickly to what's going on. So this one makes a lot of sense, and I'm not surprised. Ikenberg is one of those picks that was considered a high second rounder and a player that can definitely help out in a short amount of time.
So the Dolphins in this draft, they've gotten an offensive tackle, they've gotten a safety. Those are both here in the second round. Yesterday, they get a defensive end at number 18. They get a wide receiver at number 6. A compliment has been given to the Miami Dolphins by a very prominent sports radio personality. He says the Miami Dolphins are winning this draft easily. The problem, that compliment came from Colin Cowherd.
Oh.
So Tito Bonach sent me that tweet, and he pointed out that's the kiss of death.
Yeah,
I don't know if that's the guy I want complimenting. Is Skip Bayless now going to come out and say the Dolphins are winning the draft?
Well, you know what? Listen, hold on a second. That's if Colin Cowherd said that, and Joy Taylor told him to say that.
Oh, that could be.
Then, okay, because out of the two, I'd rather count on Joy Taylor's opinion than obviously Colin Cowherd. I mean, the turd is not necessarily something that I enjoy listening. His ridiculous analogies that he does all the time, and you can tell he also doesn't do his homework. So yeah, I just
do any of the players that we drafted, do any of them wear their hat backwards? Because to Cowherd, that's a sign of failure in the NFL, especially a quarterback, I guess. I don't know if Tua wears his hats forwards or backwards, but maybe if he wears them backwards, that might explain why everyone thinks he's a bust already.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, no, I mean you can't. You know how it is, Donald. You can't wear your hat backwards. That's communism.
It's a sign of low intelligence.
Yes,
I think is
exactly.
what he's trying to say.
In this cancel culture, we got to cancel your ass if you're wearing your hat backwards. That's how it goes there. I mean, that's just absolutely crazy. Let's see what we got here. Because we got a lot. And by the way, those of you on the chat board, please smash the like button.
Oh yeah,
that is so important that you smash the like button, man. That helps us a lot, believe it or not. Let's see. Ragin says, from the same guy that was sure MIA should draft another QB this year. Cal Turd is a waste of air. Yes, he is. You're right. Him and Florio also talking about drafting another. It's like these people don't really. That's why it's not because we're blowing smoke on our station, but we're local. We watch all these teams. Let's go to the podium here for the Chargers pick.
But it's time to bolt up.
Bolt up.
With the 47th pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the Chargers select Asante Samuel Jr., DB, Florida State.
Wow.
We knew it was only a matter of time there.
Yes, good pick.
He was going to come off the board.
At this point, I mean,
pick.
it's good value, man. You really can't complain. It's really good value
You're
right now.
You're buying the dip.
At this point, yes. Exactly. Which, by the way, thank you to Bitcoin making that climb over 57 today.
I'm loving it today.
Yes.
You notice I'm in a very good mood today.
Yes. It's helped Cardano. It's helped everything else out. So it's a good day in the crypto world.
Well, I don't know. Trevor Lawrence is in a good mood because didn't he put his signing bonus in Bitcoin, I believe. So he's in a very good mood today.
He's smart, dude. Smart. It's like the Washington player that did it last year when it was like at 35, and it's now at 57.
Yeah,
so
he almost doubled his money.
He's pretty much doubled his money. He's on his way to doubling $13 million.
Wow.
Yeah, it's smart, man. I mean, when you have foresight, it really helps out. You know what I'm saying? They think Tua's a bust because the guy taken after him won Rookie of the Year. Yeah, I mean, that's when you live in the moment. But I'm not. This year, Tua is going to absolutely tear it up. People are going to freak out when they see Tua. They're going to see a more athletic player because now he's in football shape. He's now building his core up instead of rehabbing his core. He's building his core up now. So he is going to be a much better player this year. I truly believe that. I'm looking forward to watching Tua this year. And now you gave him the weapons, Dono.
That's the thing.
Come on.
And honestly, last year, before he actually did step in and play in late October, I wasn't convinced we were going to see Tua at all last year, right? I wasn't convinced. I mean, there's a reason why they had the Ryan Fitzpatrick insurance policy. Like, we weren't sure if Tua was going to play last season or if they were just going to let Tua take the entire year to focus on his rehab, focus on his lower body strength, the recovery from the hip injury, gradually learn the offense to get ready for the 2021 season. Instead, Brian Flores apparently was so impressed with Tua's rehab, he did insert him midway through the season, but that was ahead of schedule. I mean, whatever we got last year, and there was some good, there was some bad. Now, the national media tends to ignore, the way that he went tit for tat with Patrick Mahomes against Kansas City, the way that he came from behind to beat Arizona. There were some great moments for Tua last year, and yeah, there were some moments where he wasn't at his best. He got benched a couple of times. You wouldn't have benched him if you weren't trying to win these games.
You're trying to win games.
You're trying to win games.
And not lose the locker room. Because if you're trying to develop the rookie and it's costing you games, you start losing the locker room. And from day one, because I told everybody they weren't tanking. From the first year in the first game, I told everybody there was no tanking. They're trying to win with young players. That's exactly what happened and developed as the year went on, and they continued it in year two. It's about winning while you're developing. But if you're hurting them during development, well, then you're going to take a seat back, and they're not going to waste any time. By the way, RC in the 305, who is normally incredibly negative about everything pretty much.
Oh.
He actually says, like the trade of Liam, but then he follows it up with a doozy. However, the days of a box safety no longer exist in the NFL. He's a free safety.
Yeah.
He can play nickel. He can cover tight ends and can cover slot receivers. Does that sound like a box safety?
No.
RC in the 305, my brother, if you don't know what you're talking about, just stay away.
Well, listen, if you're always negative, they can only impress you. I think that's the way some people look at it, right? Because if you set the bar really high, then you may be setting yourself up for disappointment. Maybe RC's strategy is RC likes to set the bar really low, so anything you get is a bonus. I like to try and put myself in his shoes. He says...
this is the best. Jacoby will be starting QB either because of injury or play. Sadly, maybe both.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Poor Jacoby Brissett.
Oh, poor RC in the 305. He no longer can comment. He's been completely blocked. Because if you're going to troll, you're done. Aaron Banks. There we go.
That's a good pick as well, Aaron Banks.
Aaron Banks. All right. So guard Notre Dame. Notre Dame, man. A lot of players getting drafted by
their
Notre
O-line.
Dame.
I mean, their O-line is disgustingly good. They actually made Ian Book look like a good quarterback last year.
Yeah. When I saw that kid a couple years ago, I thought he was going to grow into a pretty damn good quarterback.
Yeah.
But he never really grew into a good passer.
Well, I know why. He never recovered from the ass whooping that Miami put on him. Because remember, he came in as the backup in that game against Miami in 2017.
That defense was
all over. An absolute beat. I don't think he ever recovered from that.
But the skill set, I thought, this kid's got something, and it just never developed. It's kind of like that guy that was going to win 3 Heismans for Notre Dame, and Bino Cook said, I forgot his name now. All that. So it's something along those lines.
Yeah. 3 Heisman.
So
that would be the life.
RC in the 305 is no longer trolling on YouTube. Yeah, I'll tell you this, man. I have a rule. Okay, maybe Donald doesn't want to do it, and some of the other hosts won't do it. But while I'm running the YouTube on there, if you're just going to be on trolling and just posting and just you will be erased. You'll be done, okay?
Yeah, because that's not my philosophy.
It takes away from everybody else, dude. I mean, the guy's posting every 5 seconds with some stupid-ass comment. And so, when you're doing that, now RC in the 305, you can watch, but you can no longer post.
I've never blocked anyone on
Twitter. I've done it many times. I've got over 600 people blocked on Twitter.
Really? I've only blocked like actual spammers, like people that I knew were like bots. I've never blocked a real person.
I don't have. I'm 54, dude. I just don't have patience anymore. I'm just at that point in my life to where I don't take any crap from anybody, man. I just move on, and if you don't like it, too damn bad. Michael Toff says Miami is having an excellent draft. I agree, man.
I like it so far.
I love what I'm seeing so far. Jimmy Shore says perhaps Holland tells us Miami wants to trade. However, BC Holland can play at the slot DBs, not just a free safety. Noah and Brian and Holland in the slot. We'll need him as the backup. Jimmy, you are actually a real football fan. You actually know the game. instead of trolling like some others that no longer control. Let's see. Yes, wow, a Beano Cook reference. Yeah. What was the name of the dude what was that quarterback?
Oh, is it Carlisle Holiday?
No.
Before that?
No, it was.
I'm not as old as you. I'm sorry. I don't go back to the 60s.
No, it's not that old either. It was somewhere in the early 90s, I want to say, when he said it.
I didn't watch. I mean, I was a kid. I didn't watch Beano Cook in the early 90s.
Somebody has to have it on the chat board there. Oh, we got the commissioner. Let's go.
With the 49th pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the Arizona Cardinals select Rondale Moore, receiver, Purdue.
I like him.
I like that pick, too.
Yes, he is a slot burner. He's like 5'9", but I love this kid. Miami doesn't need a slot receiver.
No, but it's funny because Rondale Moore was one of the guys that before yesterday I thought if the Dolphins, for whatever reason, don't come out with a wide receiver in the first round, if they had gone tackle and running back or tackle and edge in the first round, Rondale Moore was a guy I was looking at potentially, either for the 36th or the 50th pick.
I like this kid a lot, man. I think he's going to create all kinds of havoc. Not a big kid, but he's fast. He's got quickness in space. He's got great hands, catches in traffic. He was one of those guys that it's exactly what I thought the same thing, that if they didn't go receiver early and then they had to go later, a guy like Rondale Moore or Wayne Eskridge were going to be targets for the Miami Dolphins. Elijah Moore, the kid from Ole Miss, is another one of those guys that in this round and in the next round, there's several slot receivers that are going to go, and they're pretty good players overall. Miami doesn't need that now at this point, but this kid, man, I like him. I like this pick.
Yeah, he's a lot of double moves, very smooth route runner. It's hard to predict where he's going to go, Rondale Moore. So, yeah, this was a guy that was definitely on my radar, and I think that's a solid pick there at number 49.
Mile High Juan got it. Ron Paulus. That's the guy.
Oh, I do remember him.
It was Ron Paulus. Beano Cook said Ron Paulus is going to win 3 Heisman trophies. That's the one. Good memory, man. Thank you for helping us out there on that one.
I mean, I thought Tim Tebow should have won 4 Heisman trophies.
Yeah, exactly. I love it, man.
Well, Tim Tebow's going to win Comeback Player of the Year next year at tight end.
Yeah. So I like already what the Dolphins are doing. Dominic says, I keep asking the same question because you prick noses aren't answering any questions except what question are you asking? Dude,
they're coming in.
There's 127 people on the chat board, bro. I mean, what do you want me to do? There's a lot.
Ask the question again so we can ignore it again.
Yes, exactly. Super V says this Dolphin front office is building special talent this year. Plus, they have quality depth for a young team that was completely stripped years ago. I'm with you, man. I'm with you, man. No doubt about it.
They're certainly doing favors for Tua Tagovailoa because I like the tackle pick that they made this round. Obviously, I love the Jalen Waddle pick yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
So they're definitely doing right by Tua because not only did Tua have issues of being behind schedule last year coming off the hip injury, but he also had the issue of a lack of weapons. I just hope that at some point, either at number 81 or hopefully you can find a gem. Maybe in day 3 tomorrow that the Dolphins can come away with a running back because I don't want to get burned again on not getting a running back the way that we did last year.
I'm with you.
All right, I'm at my guy Eric Studesville. Eric Studesville now co-offensive coordinator, former running backs coach. Get this guy a running back.
I'm with you. Giants pick is in. We're going to take a break. We'll come back. We'll talk about the Giants pick. We'll continue talking a little bit about what the Dolphins are going to do. They got one more pick on the evening. That'll be at 81. We'll see if we can get in contact with Omar Kelly, too, so we can get his reaction to the last pick. So let's see if we can talk to Omar Kelly. We'll try to do that in the next segment. And, of course, we'll continue taking your questions. You can put them up here on the YouTube page. You want to send them to us on Twitter, at Big O Show or at Alex Dono. You can do that. Alex Dono by my side, Sean Stanley putting it together. Tito Benash is the mix master down at Drive Pink Stadium. And, of course, we thank all the great people out here at Sports Grill. Another fantastic draft night. The place is packed. It's a beautiful thing. Back with day 2 coverage of the NFL Draft, something no one else is doing in South Florida radio. It only happens right here on OnSideRadio.com. All right, we are back here coming to you live, baby, from beautiful and delicious Sports Grill on Bird Road in Miami, right off the Turnpike, 114th and Bird Road. It's our second day coverage of the draft. We thank all of you for watching on YouTube. It's been a great audience the last 2 nights here. We are working our way to the 80th pick in the draft. So far, since we last left you, Azeez Ojulari, which was a guy we had in our draft profiles. Azeez, not necessarily a perfect fit for Miami, but he's a guy that could have played outside linebacker for Miami, but he has this degenerative leg condition, supposedly. Tony Pauline reported it. And so now Azeez ended up dropping from the first round into the back half of the second round. And I wonder, this is just me spitballing now, is there any kind of cartilage damage, any arthritic issues, tendonitis issues that maybe they think that because he's lost too much cartilage or he's got some kind of thing, if it's degenerative, does he make it to the second contract? You know, it's kind of one of those things. But he's such a good player that maybe they're hoping that he can tough it out and they can milk 5, 6, 7 years out of it. And in the latter part of the second round, if you're able to do that, because these young guys, they can deal with the pain and all that stuff early on. As they get older and there's more wear and tear on the bones and all that, it just becomes unbearable, and that's when they're forced to retire overall. So that'll be interesting. Azeez Ojulari to the Giants. Then Sam Cosmi, the mammoth tackle. He's like 6'6", 330 or 320.
He's gigantic.
Yeah, he's I'm telling you, if you actually put windows on him, he would look like one of the Twin Towers, basically. It's kind of what it is. So Washington needed. The Browns, their pick is in. They just made a move to move up to get in the spot where the Panthers were at. So we are awaiting the Browns pick now as they head to the podium. Who's that on the stage there for the Browns?
It looks like a Macho Man Randy Savage impersonator, because the Macho Man is no longer with us.
It looks like the dude that was at the Capitol building. I'm sorry. I swear it looks exactly like
He made bail. He went to the draft.
Yes, there you go. He made bail and went to the draft. The commissioner, by the way, is walking to the podium to announce the second-round pick. And, yes, it is like you're so right, dude. He looks so much like Randy Macho Man. Did he just smack the commissioner in the ass?
Oh, yeah, Commissioner. And a snapper to that Slim Jim. I'm going to slap you in the ass, brother. Cleveland Browns are going to get another pick. We're going to get into the second round. Here we come, Commissioner.
Joining me tonight for the Browns pick is Coach Marty Gibbons from Lake Catholic High School. Coach Gibbons is a recipient of the 2020 Cleveland Browns High School Coach of the Year Award. His commitment and dedication to the football community goes above and beyond, and he is truly a player's coach. Coach, we congratulate you for your awards and what you're doing for the next generation of our youth. Coach, it's your honor for the Cleveland Browns choice.
What's up, Cleveland? With the 52nd pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the Cleveland Browns select Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah, linebacker, University of Notre Dame.
Hell of a pick.
The crowd loves it, and honestly, this is a guy I did not imagine would fall to number 52.
Not this far, man.
This is the draft that doesn't make any sense. I thought that Owusu-Koramoah might be a late first rounder. I didn't think it'd be a late second rounder.
This is a really good pick for the Browns. This is a nice what we call a value pick, basically.
I think nobody wanted to pronounce his name. That's why they waited.
Well,
so long
I go to
pick
you
him.
every time, so I mean that's kind of been my MO here. Is I'm just going to go straight to you because you got that name down pat. You are set, baby. So I might as well go to you, and that way I don't look bad. You make me look good. We're going to get connected now with Omar Kelly so we can finish our conversation, talk a little bit about Jalen Phillips and then we'll move on to the pick that they just made at 42 with Liam Ikenberg, the right tackle out of Notre Dame, and we'll get Omar's thoughts on it. Let's go with Omar Kelly. Follow him on Twitter at Omar Kelly. This is our EJDconstruction.com Miami Dolphins draft report. Omar's joining us now. Omar, are you there?
I'm here, John. How you guys doing?
Doing
Good.
great, dude. We're at Sports Grill with the greatest wings in the world. So we're in good, and the place is packed. So it's awesome. We have a great crowd for night 2.
Yeah, I forgot what the special wings that they have. Is it double grilled or something?
Special grilled wings
Yes.
is what they're called. I ate 10 yesterday. I'm gonna eat 20 today, Omar.
Yeah, each guy took like 50 home yesterday. That's.
I don't live around a sports grill anymore, but man, they were up there for top wings in South Florida.
Yeah.
Sun Sentinel just had a competition. Yeah.
Yeah, they're always there.
I once and Omar, I once had the privilege of being one of the judges of a chicken wing contest with a lot of the local establishments. And Sports Grill did win. I was one of 5 judges. Donovan Campbell was one of the judges as well.
That's on my bucket list of things to do.
It was
to achieve the career achievement.
There was also tequila there. It was a really good time. It was a really awesome time. Oh man! So Omar, I wanted to because we let you go last time to get to cover the Ikenberg pick, but I wanted to circle back to Jalen Phillips, whom the Dolphins drafted number 18 yesterday. Now, obviously, they had a lot of access to information on him since he played his college ball just down the street. So, do you feel like this is a little bit of a roll of the dice, or Chris Greer must have been extremely comfortable with the medicals to make that pick? What do you think?
I mean, they share the same doctors, so I'm sure Dr. Uribe's been quite familiar with Jalen Phillips and every medical issue he had, and had to clear him from to play at UM. Uribe's Miami Dolphins doctor. It is a risky pick from the medical standpoint. As I was saying, I would not, if I was a GM, I would not have selected him in the first round, strictly because of medical. If we did not have any medical issues, he probably would have been a top 15 pick. No question about it. He was on my board, even with the medicals, as the best defensive end in the draft. I ranked him in my top 25. I put him. He was the number 1 defensive end. He's an all-purpose guy. Dono, I've talked to you on the radio about him. Love him. He is the ideal fit for this scheme, but he's got medical stuff.
Yep.
So, but what I like about what they're doing in this draft, and it's not selective memory, because I wrote a column about this. It's time for Chris Greer to start taking some risks, because he plays it safe. He's a doubles hitter, and I'm sorry, we need some home runs. There's only one elite player on this team, maybe 2 if you count Jason Saunders. It's time for Chris Greer to hit some home runs, and he potentially did that in the first day of the draft. And honestly, he probably potentially did that in the second day with the safety that they selected, Javon Holland. Liam Ikenberg, I like it. It's a safe pick. It's a double. I don't know exactly how he fits, where he fits, but I love that Notre Dame offensive line. He wasn't my favorite player on that Notre Dame offensive line. Aaron Banks was, and he went a couple of selections after him. But I get it. I see, I love sticking with the big brands. It's reliability of brands. It's like,
but Banks is a guard, too. That's the difference. They don't need a guard. They needed a tackle, so that's why you have to go with that guy.
Why did they need a tackle? Because you feel like you're going to move Hunt inside the guard?
Yes. Yeah. There's no. The way I think it is, Fluker starts at right tackle until Liam is ready. Hunt starts at right guard when it's all said and done, and then you've got Solomon Kinley and Jackson on the left side. I think that's how it's going to end up working out when it's all said and done. And Jesse is the swing guy for each tackle. That's kind of the way I look at it.
I'm writing about that, and I'm trying to put it together in my head. I don't exactly know how it's going to look, but I do know they like beats. They like a big boy.
Yeah.
And this is another big boy. A lot of people project Liam can go inside to guard. I don't know how it's going to play out. I'm genuinely curious. Basically you've got 7 capable starters, not really a good center, but it'll be interesting to see how it plays out.
Omar, my only regret so far is that we've missed out on the big three at running back. So is there anybody still left on your man crush list or on your big board? So we're done.
No. I would say supposedly they like the Gaineswell kid.
Okay.
I think it's Memphis.
Yes, Memphis. Yeah, Kenneth Gaineswell.
And since everybody that they've told that I've been told that they like has been selected by them, I got to think that Gaineswell will be the selection at some point, because people have really been hitting the mark in terms of players that they like. Usually it's kind of BS, and Dolphins put out fake information out there. But this year it seems like every Dolphins have been drinking some kind of truth serum.
Hey, I just want to remind folks who's the only sports station in town with a Kenneth Gainwell draft profile. I'm just saying.
OnSideRadio.com.
I'm just throwing it out there because nobody had Javon Holland, only OnSide Radio. So I'm just saying you can just listen and learn and get connected to your team before the players get connected to the team.
Demetric Felton's another guy I've heard mentioned for them. It'll be interesting to see what happens. I guess they're not in a hurry. Marvin Allen has a very good reputation for finding skilled position players. So, I put my trust in him, which is something that's hard for me to do with the Dolphins organization.
Well, I'm a little different than you on this one. I trust these guys. These guys, bro, they've gone from 5 to 10 wins. They're going to be a playoff team this year. I think
17 wins next year.
I think you're going to see a completely different offense this year now. I think people are going to be a lot more happy when they watch those Blazers out there making plays, and Tua's going to look completely different now that he gets to work on his body and works football.
You still can't convert a 3rd and 3, bro. Still can't convert a 3rd and 3.
You don't know that. You don't know that. You don't know where that line is. You're making assumptions that nobody's going to improve on that offensive line. You're making assumptions that the line won't be good. You know what I mean?
Fair. I'm sorry they weren't good last year. Why would I?
But that's 3 rookies. They're not supposed to be good. and 3 rookies and an average center on his best day. Average center on his best day. He's average.
I gotta see it, Big O. I gotta see it before I can believe it, Billy. Because you know how much I love my line play, and that line doesn't do it for me. They're just big lumbering guys that don't move people.
And by the way, we've done it already where we've watched linemen that they cut and let go, and then they go out and play for other teams for a few years. So we cannot give up. I keep telling people you got to stop giving up on people in the first years.
I'm not giving up on anybody. That's not what I'm saying. I just need somebody more athletic to get to the second level.
So
I just don't see. I don't see that here. I don't see any pulling. When you don't have a pulling player, you're very limited on what you can do and achieve and run. And they got everybody's over there 320, 330. I know Solomon Kinley's losing a little bit of weight, but can he pull? That's my question. Do you have a center that can pull? And I don't know where Matt Scorer is right now, so maybe he's the missing ingredient. We'll see. But there's a reason you've had 3 offensive line coaches in 2 seasons, bro.
Yeah, that's right, and I love it too. If you don't get the job done around this guy, he doesn't waste any time. Unlike the prior regimes, they kept hanging on to people and players and all that. I love this about Flo. You're not doing the job. Get the hell out. We got to get somebody new.
I will acknowledge that's my favorite thing about this organization right now. They screw up. They don't care.
Right.
It's like Eric Flowers. Yeah, we our bad. Here, you walk away with $60 million for 1 year, but you know what? It's all good. We'll figure it out.
Hey.
Kyle Van Noy, you're average. Yeah, here you can have a $50 million check for 1 year. We'll figure it out. A 3rd offensive line coach in 2 years. In 2 years, yeah, man, it's just not good enough. 3.9 yards per carry. We'll get the next man in. We'll promote the understudy. We'll promote the assistant and figure it out. He was doing all the work anyway. So, props to them for that. Now the question is, can you get it fixed?
4 picks in. Do you have a letter grade so far?
No, Dono. Come on.
I'm putting you on the spot, man. I go A+, Omar. I want to hear what you got.
I think they've got 4 capable starters in year 2. I like what they've done. I mean, it's an aggressive approach. I don't like that they gave up a 3rd-round pick last year to move up for an offensive lineman. I feel like they could have. I felt like quality players were still there. I felt like they should have taken the Notre Dame linebacker. I mean, not
I love him.
Yeah,
I love him.
They should have taken Aziz Ojulari.
Oh, but wait a minute. No, but the Ojulari kid now, was reported he had some degenerative issue in his knee, in his lower leg.
Yeah.
Tony Pauling reported that. So I think that's why he fell so far.
Okay.
And I think, he might be one of those guys that they might be worried, Omar, because it's kind of a thing. He's a one-contract guy or something.
Yeah,
so maybe.
I mean, he's medical. Okay.
Yeah, man.
That's the reason why guys start to slide. But I mean, the one thing I liked about Ojulari is this team, and I love Jalen Phillips, and I think he could be a very good pass rusher. But do we see him having an Olivier Vernon 29 sacks in 4-year type of career? Like, can we
I don't know.
Yeah,
I don't know.
Yeah,
I mean,
I don't know.
this kid is actually bigger than.
Oh no.
This kid.
He was an outside linebacker.
No.
I would have transitioned him to outside linebacker.
Right. No, for sure. No, but I'm saying, Jalen. This is a true defensive end, bro. I mean, this guy is.
No. But in their scheme, they need a true defensive end, and they also still need an outside linebacker to replace Kyle Van Noy.
True.
Now, what I've heard from inside the building is they've envisioned Darth McKinney as that outside linebacker. McKinney was traded, and I thought he was going to play inside. And
Me too.
I'm being told he's going to play outside.
I don't believe that.
And,
I don't believe that.
I don't believe that either, but that's what I was told today. So
Really?
I'm very interested to see what happens, but the vision is for Landon Roberts to still remain inside, and for McKinney to be, how they played scheme.
I thought he was Landon's replacement. I thought his days are numbered now because McKinney is he's a thumper, dude. He's a thumper, dude. He's a tackling machine. You want to stop short yardage? That dude is going to be in the middle of all the short yardage plays.
They believe that he's going to be able to set the edge a lot better than Kyle Van Noy, and also that he's got some pass rushing skills that has not been utilized to its full potential. Which I'm like, okay, it's the first time I've heard all of this, and I'm curious and interested to see how it plays out.
Hey, listen, how about this? Can my guy Quinn Miners last to 81, bro? Because
good call.
I want him badly, bro. For center, that would be just an ideal situation if I can get me a little Quinn Miners.
I think he'll last to 81. I like him. I'm not in love with him.
Oh, I'm in love with him.
I think. Yeah, I guess so.
Is there anybody you are in love with at 81, dude?
Yeah, that's right. Who are you in love with? Come on, give me a man crush.
Chuba Hubbard?
I would really have to know what's available on the board.
Right.
Still, I like the tight end, to be honest with you.
Brevin Jordan.
Hey, listen, I wanted to talk about that in this night tonight.
Yeah.
I would take a chance on Brevin Jordan at 81. At that
81,
point.
yeah. Because my only concern is
because what you
he
wanted
gets
to
hurt
do
all the time.
I know that, but what you wanted to do with the other kid, Pitts, you can do that now with Brevin Jordan.
That's
And
true.
I know he's not Pitts, I get that, but he's still super freaking talented, man. And it's a great gamble at 81. I don't mind.
You're gonna look back 4 years from now and ask yourself, why did this guy go so low? He's gonna be like that FIU kid that the Patriots just signed.
Yes, Jonnu Smith.
Yeah.
Jonnu Smith. He's got it. I watched him as a fresh. You know how I am about UM.
Yeah, but it's all concussions with him. It's all injuries. It's not anything else with him.
Yeah.
I don't think any of us question his ability. I think
he gets hurt all the time.
I think we all salivate with his ability.
Yeah.
The problem is he's Jimmy Garoppolo at tight end. That's the problem. It's just he's getting injured all the time. But at 81, I would take a first-round talent at 81 and take the gamble that if he does continue to be injury-prone and you got to part ways, that's fine. But I understood what you were trying to do that day, and if it would have worked out, you're going to have two massive. Can you imagine if you add that kid and he stays healthy with those two Blazers and those two tight ends? Are you freaking kidding
bring
me?
Coral Gables to Miami Gardens, man.
Yes.
Let's get the best Canes up there. I'm all about it, man. I'm excited.
I'm glad you brought that up because I wanted to talk about it.
Now that you've gone offensive line, and in fact, I think you might need to go to North Carolina State nose tackle because I also hear that there's talk that that the big boy, what is his name, Raekwon Davis. They're like he's not a nose tackle. They envision him as a defensive end. Yeah. They think he's too tall to be a nose tackle. He can get moved by those smaller power pigs on the interior. And if they put him on the end, he can wreck shop in passing lane.
I see the Broderick McKinney one, the Bernardrick McKinney. I don't believe on the outside. I have to see it to believe it. But that one, I believe 100% because Raekwon has the skill set to play whatever the hell he wants on the line. I think, and as he grows older and he builds that strength, he'll be able to play inside a little bit more because he can penetrate and disrupt, dude.
This kid, Ali McNeil from NC State, is another guy that I've been told that they're high on. So he's probably going to be, I want something a little bit sexier than a center on the round 3. I mean, because basically the Dolphins are shut out in the third day until like forever. You're just going to be getting practice squad players. So this is your last opportunity to get a real good player.
Yeah, no, I'm with you there. So just to close it out, what are you expecting here at 81? What are the priorities you think for them at this point?
I still think that they're running back. I mean, goodness gracious, if you're gonna do it, I mean, you're not gonna wait till day 3. Look what happened to you last year. Can you really be embarrassed again like you did?
No.
But wait a minute. I know you want the running back. We all want a running back. But what if Brevin Jordan is there at 81? What if the center is there that I love, Quinn Miners, and there's one of these running or a nose tackle, and then the running back? What's more important to fill?
I know Chris Greer is going to go BPA, and to me, BPA is probably the center because, one, he's a position of need. 2, you're probably not going to get that many opportunities to get a good center in this draft, unless they like one in the later rounds that they can develop and develop slowly. It might be the Wisconsin Whitewater, even though I'm a little bit concerned about him. Level of competition, even though he played well at Senior Bowl, that was 1 week. He hadn't been even playing football for an entire God knows how long. But, yeah, I love him. I think he's good. I think he's development. But you know what I've been told? When what you do in his lower level is great. You're facing grown men. You're facing Raekwon Davis every single day. Are you sure that he can handle that?
We've had several small school guys come to the Senior Bowl, make a name for themselves, and have really good careers overall. So
some of them don't have great careers.
Of course, but you can hit on those. Is my point. They're not all misses. There's actually several that have had success because I've watched it. I've watched small school guys go in and have careers, dude, and they've done a really nice job.
Here's another small school guy that is on my radar for 81. Emerson Smith from Northern Iowa. He really had an impressive Senior Bowl week. He's 6'7", 260 pounds, 22 sacks in college. Didn't get to play last season because his school wasn't playing football. Just really athletic. Reminds me a lot, and I generally don't like to compare. If I throw a comparison out there, it'll never be to a Hall of Famer, but I can't figure out who else to compare him to other than Jason Taylor, just in terms of how he looks.
I'm with you. Let's see, man. We will talk again after the Dolphins make their 81st pick. We'll be ready. You will close out the show, by the way.
All right.
You are closing out the show after that pick. We look forward to it, Omar. We will talk to you in a little while as the Dolphins make their way to number 80, my friend. Thank you for taking some time.
I guess.
You got it. There you go. Omar Kelly with our EJD Construction NFL Draft Report. As the Dolphins are making their way to pick number 80, we are at number 57 right now.
Dwayne Eskridge just went to Seattle, and that's a solid pick.
Him.
I like him a lot, the wide receiver from Western Michigan. And also, before that, the Steelers got – now, you may have to help me with this name. The tight end out of Penn State. Freiermuth. I wasn't sure if it was Freiermuth or Freiermuth. Yeah, they got Pat Freiermuth, who's I like him as well. Penn State in recent years, I mean, we got Gesicki down here. They become a bit of a tight end factory.
Yeah, I love the Eskridge pick for Seahawks. They are giving Russell some talent and some weapons. All right, let's do this. We're coming to you live from Sports Grill here in Miami, Bird and 114th. We're going to take a break. We'll come back with more coverage, of course, of day 2 of the NFL Draft. You got some questions on the chat board, send it in. If you're on that chat board, please smash the like button. It is so important to smash that like button for us. That gives us the support, and it really spreads it out on the algorithms. It goes to other folks, and they'll get to see it and all that good stuff. Other Dolph fans that want to find out about our station and find out about probably the best sports station in town right now here in South Florida, and we're only growing. So thank you all out there. Sean Stanley by my side, Alex Dono. We got the man, the myth, the legend, Tito Benash, putting it all together down at the studios. We'll come back on the other side live from Sports Grill right here on OnSideRadio.com. Welcome back here to Sports Grill on Bird Road and 114. Thank you all for joining us here, whether you're listening on one of our apps, on radio.net, on Simple Radio, which, by the way, Simple Radio works great. YouTube, Twitch. Love all the folks on YouTube and Twitch and all the people listening. We appreciate you, and we've had a great crowd here tonight at Sports Grill 2 nights in a row. It's been a lot of fun, man. Getting folks to come on out here and join us for the draft. And this is only the beginning. I mean, Donna, we've only been on for 6 months. I mean, there's a lot of people.
Yeah, it's crazy,
in fact,
right?
Tonight, the cool part about the chat was there's a lot of people that found out about you and me being here. You know what I mean? Not just here at Sports Grill. I mean, at OnSide Radio.
Yes.
They're finding out about OnSide
Well, and I've
Radio.
even noticed that, like, meeting people here the last couple of days, they're like, oh, where can we find you guys now? So we're spreading the gospel of OnSide Radio. I'm down with it.
Yeah, that's the beauty of it all. By the way, while we were gone, we mentioned Dwayne Eskridge, great pick for Seattle, going at 56 overall. 57, Tutu Atwell.
I like that pick.
Wide receiver out of Louisville, another. Like I told you, this is a run for slot receivers now.
Yeah.
And there's several really good slot receivers that are going in this round that if you need one, there's great value right now with some of these slot receivers. So Tutu Atwell goes to the Rams at number 57 overall, the 25th pick. Then it's Nick Bolton that goes with the 26th pick in the second round, which is 58th overall. The inside linebacker out of Missouri, the Carolina Panthers. Their pick is 3 minutes away now. So we've got the Panthers, the Saints, the Bills, the Packers, the Chiefs, and then, of course, the Bucks. That will round out this round, and then we will turn the corner and get ready for round number 3, and then we will start working our way to the Miami Dolphins pick, which, again, what will it be?
Well, you know, I respect what Omar said, that it's very hard to predict this far out because we don't know what's going to be on the board. I want it to be a running back because, again, I don't want to get punked and come out of another draft without a running back. So it's going to be a little bit easier to predict once we get closer. But I want to go back to this Tutu Atwell pick. I like it a lot. Like you said, there's a run on slot receivers. The knock on Tutu, now you can get away with this a bit playing in the slot, but he's tiny, 5'9", 155 pounds, but he's incredibly quick. He's got great hands. He's going to burn a lot of people en route to the end zone this year. You know, of course, Tutu, an ACC guy I watched a lot. He's also a South Florida kid, a Miami native who played his college ball at Louisville. So, you know, I'm not going to say that it was a steal because I thought he would go around this point in the draft, but I think it's a solid pick. I think the Rams did well getting Atwell.
Yep, no doubt, man. That's, again, I kind of like the fact that, you know, that this year it's kind of a run on slot receivers, and it's a passing league. And so now we can't be surprised that that player, it becomes, you know, the nickel player and the defense became a bigger part of football over the last 25 years because passing, obviously, and the rules have opened it up for that. So at the same time now you're talking, because, you know, when I'm growing up watching football, it was traditional 2 receivers and a tight end set and those kind of things. But then you started spreading people out, and now it became a permanent thing to spread people out.
Yeah, the question used to be back in the day, who are your 2 starting receivers? Right. Now it can be, who are your 3 starting receivers?
Who are your 3 starting corners? Who are your 3 starting receivers? Because your nickel corner is playing 70% of the downs nowadays, you know? And so it's crazy because we are in a passing league, and because of that, these kind of players have become more valuable than ever, and we're watching it now in the second round where there's a slew where it started with Elijah Moore, right? Then it moved on to, let's see, where are we going to here?
I like how you have actually handwritten all of the picks out.
Yeah, Rondell Moore, Dwayne Eskridge. You know, you're talking about a nice little run here on wide receivers, on slot wide receivers.
Yep.
And so, yeah, I kind of, you know, I'm old school. I like to write it because then I'll remember it. You know what I mean? It's one of those things. And so, yeah, I kind of go through it. So, yeah, I'm still a geek, and I'm still writing it.
When you go to a baseball game, do you keep score with the score sheet?
Not anymore.
I never understood why people do that in an age where you can follow it on your phone pretty goddamn easily. Yeah. I never understood that.
Well, I used to do it 25 years ago when I was on the beat.
Sure, yeah.
We didn't have
right.
The electronics weren't there at that time. You know, in the 90s, when I started in this business, I was sitting next to Ed Kaplan, And Ed Kaplan would be, scoring it all, and I would be right next to him.
I bet Ed Kaplan still does that.
Oh, yeah, for sure. He still does. Well, you know why he does that also, right? Because, one, you physically go through the entire game yourself, scoring everything, so you know you have a better feel. And then when you
remember it,
when you're gambling, you know the tendencies of everybody because you've kind of tracked it. I learned that from Ed. I'm not telling you anything I discovered. This is Ed Kaplan, who I learned plenty of stuff from. Even though Ed and I have two different styles of doing radio, but we both had the same kind of crazy dedication to sports. And so I learned a lot from Ed Kaplan. Ed Kaplan, for me, is one of my idols in this business.
Dude, it's so funny because
along with Hank and several and Mandich and stuff. So
earlier in my life, I was a major night owl, and when I was in college, I was like routinely driving around between midnight and 2 a.m. Ed Kaplan, who was on from 10 p.m. to 2 a.m. That was like the soundtrack of 7 nights a week for me, basically.
Let's go to the commissioners. I guess.
Uh-oh. You lost?
Yeah, I think so.
Terrence Marshall from LSU.
Okay.
That's not a bad. The other LSU receiver, which is, I do think that's good value there for, what was that, the 58th overall pick for Carolina. And Terrence Marshall, this is another one of those guys, kind of like Jamar Chase. He opted out of the 2020 season, so it's been a long time since we've seen him. But you remember, going back to 2019, Joe Burrow had some incredible weapons, and Terrence Marshall was one of those. Back in 19, he had 13 reception touchdowns that season, the last time we saw him play. I mean, how many touchdowns did Burrow throw that year, Because it
was close to 50, wasn't it?
Yeah, I think it was right around there. It was like right around 50, so he was spreading that love around.
Yeah, oh, yeah, there's no doubt. And this is a big receiver, too, if I'm correct. So he's a tall kid.
Yeah.
I know he had some kind of an injury or something, and I think people were a little worried about it, but it wasn't anything serious. But there's no doubt if you want a big target, this is why I talked about for the Miami Dolphins, the Nico Collins kid from Michigan, that if they want to add a big receiver, they're going to have an opportunity coming up at number 81. So they right now, the center is still there. My big receiver is still there, okay? And obviously, Brevin Jordan is still there, and it's going to be interesting to see who takes a gamble on Brevin Jordan because of all those concussions.
Yeah, still, you're getting to the point in the draft once you get into the 70s and the 80s where it doesn't feel like so much of a gamble anymore. And Brevin Jordan also, for what it's worth, he did have a pretty good pro day. Like the only guy at the pro day that we weren't that blown away by was actually Greg Rousseau, who did end up getting taken in the first round by Buffalo. But, Brevin Jordan, anytime that guy was on the field, it was mismatch city. It wasn't quite to the level of Kyle Pitts at Florida, but Brevin Jordan was creating mismatches all over the field. I actually also really like, now he's not the same sort of dynamic, fast twitch receiving threat, but the guy Miami has the carryover, Will Mallory, I kind of like him as well, and I'm curious to see what kind of an NFL tight end he might make. But Brevin Jordan is the freak. Brevin Jordan is the guy with the better speed and the better size. So once you get to the 70s and 80s, I think it makes too much sense. If Brevin Jordan is there at number 81, it's going to be hard to pass on that dude. And that's another one, where, listen, it's not to say that the Dolphins historically draft a ton of University of Miami players, but you do have easy access to that information. And when you're coming out of a pandemic year where you had a harder time scouting players from other states and other parts of the country, I mean, the Miami Dolphins did always have easy access of information and the ability to watch these players that played at the University of Miami. So they're coming into this with a wealth of information. The same way we say they were probably pretty comfortable with Jalen Phillips' medicals. If they were willing to take him in round one, I think they're going to be pretty comfortable potentially with Brevin.
All right, let's go to the Saints pick here.
On the stage as the commissioner is ready to announce the Saints pick.
With the 60th pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the New Orleans Saints select Pete Werner, linebacker, Ohio State.
Well, no surprise, another Ohio State player. It seems like we're watching Alabama, Ohio State, Notre Dame, Penn State.
I mean, Alabama had 6 guys in the first round. Six guys.
And 2 more in this round, so it's 8 already have been taken by Alabama. several players from Penn State have also gone in this draft. I mean, there's Georgia's also had a share of players also taken in this draft. I mean, it's typical. Some of the best teams in the country right now are getting some of their players taken off the board.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's incredible because, I still remember the days, we go back to, what was it, the 2003 draft when the University of Miami had 6 guys in the first round. We've come a long way where now we're expecting 3 total guys to be drafted. Not too long ago, well, it is kind of long ago now, 19 years, 18 years, we actually had 6 guys in the first round from the University of Miami. That has become the Alabama Crimson Tide these days. And not quite as much this year, although they did have the number 1 overall pick, but Clemson is another one of those teams that, they always the defensive linemen for them are usually the ones that come off the board fast and furious. They send a ton of those guys to the NFL.
Bills are up next. They've got 3 minutes left till they make their pick. They picked a guy that I really, really like in Gregory Rousseau at the back end of the first round. And I know we're Dolphin fans, and I know we by law have to hate the Bills. I get all of that. But I got to commend people when they do things the right way. And the Bills, the way they're structured, their team, their DNA, Gregory Rousseau fits perfectly there. Okay, lunch pail, hard worker, beast of a player. I'm really excited to see Gregory Rousseau move to the next level. I think he's going to be a player. I really do.
Yeah, I mean, I certainly hope that the Dolphins.
I hope he has terrible games twice a year.
Exactly. And obviously, I certainly hope that the Dolphins end up being the team that got the better University of Miami pass rusher. But there's no question in my mind, Greg Rousseau he's undervalued, and I think a lot of that has to do with the fact that he didn't play last year. There were obviously a handful of players getting drafted, including Jamar Chase, who went in the top 5, but guys who opted out last year for a number of different reasons. And I don't necessarily think teams hold it against them for opting out, but you do have the recency bias that comes into effect where we haven't seen you in so long, right? And then also, I don't think it helped Rousseau that he didn't jump off the page at his pro day. I know you always tell me don't focus so much on the pro days. It doesn't really matter.
I'm not big on the pro days.
But maybe some people are big on the pro days. Maybe isn't big on the pro days, but maybe some of the teams who watched it said, hey, you haven't been playing for a year and you show up and don't have a great pro day. I don't know how I feel about this guy, but I think Greg Rousseau is going to prove a lot of doubters wrong at the NFL level, because if this guy, if you take what he did in the 2019 season and drafted him right after that, he would have gone way higher than he did. He would have been probably a top 15 pick.
Yeah, I'm a big Gregory Rousseau fan. I'm a believer in him. We'll see if I'm right or wrong when it's all said and done. Now, there's somebody on the chat board, Andy, is it, let me see.
Breakstone?
Yeah, he says no more wide receivers. Now, I understand what you're saying, but let me explain, right? Okay, you look at Nico Collins. He's 6'4", 215. He moves pretty well. He's a big target. You have added Will Fuller for 1 year.
Right.
Okay, Jalen Waddle's your draft pick. Preston Williams has not been able to stay healthy for 2 years.
Nope.
And Devontae Parker certainly cannot stay healthy, and God bless him.
Only 2019. That was his year.
Yeah.
2019 was his year.
And contract. And so anyway, he stays. Listen, bless him, bro. He has tried to fight through all the injuries, so he has shown a lot of toughness. I got to give Devontae a lot of credit. I've actually gained a lot of respect for Devontae, the way he's fought back, but he's not the answer long term. Because he can't be counted on.
Right.
Neither can Preston. So, Nico Collins could be a replacement for those guys. You need a big target.
Now, if you draft another receiver here, who's the odd man out for next year? You're not going to have like 9 receivers on the roster.
No,
Albert
well,
Wilson?
listen, no, Albert Wilson and the UM kid,
Alan
Hearns.
Alan Hearns.
They're all gone already. They're just training camp fodder. They'll be here for the offseason because if other guys get injured, then they'll get elevated, and their insurance policies is what they are. But those guys, I doubt they make it on the team already at this point because you think about it. Will Fuller's in, okay? What's it called? Jalen Waddle, obviously.
Yeah, Devontae Parker,
Preston Williams, and then the fifth guy is Jakeem Grant because he's your special teamer.
Yep.
And then that gives you 2 special teamers because you're not going to be able to stash one on the practice squad or anything like that and wait till you're an injury and then you can elevate them. That's not going to happen. So I would imagine that might be your 5 guys, and then maybe you add a 6th guy, and then that would be the developmental receiver in Nico Collins. Now, if Nico shows you something, then maybe you part ways with Devontae or you part ways with Preston. I don't know. I mean, you gotta be. We just talked about this with Omar. These guys don't screw around.
Yeah.
If you're not doing the job and you're not reliable, you're out of here. They're not going to stick with you.
They don't care how much they paid you last year.
No, they're not going to continue to make a mistake. They will acknowledge a mistake or they will acknowledge a change because, see, when Omar was kind of phrasing it, I don't think some of those things were mistakes like Kyle Van Noy. I just think that the salary cap issue, you had much less money now available, so it changed the dynamics of what decisions you had to make. If they had the extra $20 million, $25 million of the cap, they probably would have kept Van Noy. I really believe that. But because the money changed, they kind of had to adjust things. And so that's why certain decisions have been made. It's not because they just flat out were wrong on those players. They may have paid a little over because that's free agency. That's just the way it goes. But I'm just telling you, I get that you're frustrated maybe with the receiver, but there is a reason to get a big receiver because you have to plan ahead. And then you get the Nico kid in and you start getting him ready for next year. He probably won't make a big impact this year.
Right.
Because it's hard for rookies to do that. So, and then next year you don't have, let's just say next year you part ways with Will Fuller. You part ways with Devontae Parker. And if Preston doesn't get it done, then all you're left is with Jalen Waddle and Jakeem Grant. You see what I'm saying?
We're already getting angry. Jimmy Shore says, cut Grant. He is useless. He can't catch. But he can play special teams.
All right, let's go to the Packers pick here.
Oh, man. But, yeah, before I get into this pick, I want to thank the organization, Green Bay Packers, for giving me an opportunity to represent our organization to the best I can. I want to thank the NFL for giving me an opportunity. And with that being said, the Packers fans up front, we not done yet, so I'm letting y'all know we getting one. So with that being said, with the second pick of the 2021 NFL Draft, Green Bay Packers select Josh Myers, center, Ohio State. Go Blue Dog.
All right. So they get Josh Myers out of Ohio, another Ohio State player. So they get the center from Ohio State.
I still don't understand what the point is.
Will he be snapping to Rodgers or will he be snapping to
you know
Love?
what? And I wanted to bring that up to you because this is getting very interesting with Aaron Rodgers. To me, he's acting like a little bit of a bitch here. Now, he's been frustrated with the Packers for some time. We know.
Dude, he gave you an MVP season. You know what I mean?
He gave you an MVP season, and they've reportedly turned down already multiple pretty hefty trade offers for Aaron Rodgers. And the latest we heard today is that Rodgers has told the Packers he is now threatened. He's willing to retire if they don't move him. Now, that to me sounds like a bluff.
Jeopardy has a deal on the table for $20 million a year.
Is that how much they pay?
I have no idea. I'm just making.
I was going to say I'm going to try out.
I'm
going to try to get that gig.
Hey, listen. I bet if he gets the Jeopardy job, I bet you to pay him 10 or 15.
Like, he's not ready to give up football. Like, when I heard today that he's told the Packers,
well, he won his title.
I will retire if you don't make this right and trade me. I don't believe that. This guy loves the game, man. He can play till he's 40, 41 years old at a high level. Maybe he can go till 45 like Brady.
But think about it. If he does hold out and he says he quits, do the Packers just let him hold out and then they let all those draft picks and players that they could get for him sit out there and die? Because if he sits out for a year,
no, they should trade him.
Then the trade offer gets less.
They should absolutely trade him because especially they drafted his replacement last year. Now maybe he's not quite ready to take over,
he's not.
But you accelerate the process by. It's not a tragedy. Like you accelerate the process of Jordan Love by 1 year. you get rid of Rodgers for some assets. This is going to be one of those games of chicken. This is basically what was going on with Deshaun Watson before we realized Deshaun Watson is using the massage table like an escort service, and that became a whole other story. But this Aaron Rodgers thing, it's going in the direction of where the Deshaun Watson stuff was going before all the lawsuits came up. And you know what? If I'm the Packers, I'm saying, hey, if he's really that unhappy, they've already had multiple meetings with him. They've tried to talk him off the ledge. Just trade the guy.
All right, let's go to the commissioner. We'll continue with this conversation after the pick. All right, here we go.
Here he comes.
With the 63rd pick in the 2021 draft, the Kansas City Chiefs select Creed Humphrey, center, Oklahoma.
Nice.
That's a good pick.
Yeah, that's a really good pick. See,
one of the guys
I haven't
for the
commented too
Dolphins.
much lately on some of these picks. That one I like right there for the Chiefs. And again, they made all kinds of moves on the offensive line after watching their quarterback get their ass kicked. Okay, and they have shored up that line. They made the trade with Baltimore for the tackle. They're making this move now. They have done everything possible to kind of to protect this kid, and why not? Okay, because we've watched other teams screw it up with their quarterback, like Cincinnati, like the Colts. These guys had to go through just one season where that line didn't hold up, and they have reloaded that line. And credit to, I got to give a lot of credit to the Chiefs and the Buccaneers, because both teams have stayed on track to try to win a championship.
Yeah, the Buccaneers brought the whole band back.
Yeah, they have not reset their team. You figured the Bucs weren't going to do that, but the Chiefs are already into year 3 and 4 of trying to contend for a title and trying to maintain that incredible roster. So kudos to them on that one.
Well, and the thing about the Bucs, like, how long do you think the shelf life is for that entire core? Now, I have no doubt Brady can still do incredible things, but when you talk about the Bucs keeping the band back together, there's a lot of aging players there. Like, they're bringing back basically the Beatles for a final tour. So do you think that are they your favorite to win next year? Because I think the Vegas odds makers, I haven't checked the future on this in a long time, but shortly after the Super Bowl, Vegas actually went right back to the Kansas City Chiefs and considered them the favorites for next year. And I'm with you. With what they're doing to their line, yes, because that was the thing. They could not protect Pat Mahomes when it counted. So now with what they're doing to their line, I've got the Chiefs as my favorite as well.
Yeah, no, for me, Kansas City right now moves ahead because now he'll be able to find Tyreek Hill and Harmon downfield and all these guys. Now they've got Orlando Brown at left tackle, Joe Tunney at left guard. They just drafted their center. They have Austin Blythe, but they just drafted Creed Humphrey here. Yeah. They've got Kyle Long, and they've got Mike Remmers now. So they have now kind of, changed things up a little bit on this team, and now it's a completely different line now with Orlando Brown there anchoring it at left tackle.
I think Pat Mahomes is a very happy man right now.
Oh, yeah.
And you've got to do what's best for that guy because he is the face of the National Football League for probably the next 15 years. So that is a guy that you need to satisfy, and they've gotten him now a great wall, a big, beautiful wall to protect him now from opposing pass rushers. So if I'm a Kansas City Chiefs fan, I like what they're doing today.
I'm with you 100%. Bucs are up next. They are going to wrap up the second round here.
God, about time. This second round is crawling.
And we will move over to does it shorten up in the third round?
I think so. I think it goes
5 minutes.
5 minutes.
Okay, so it goes from, what is it, 7 or 6 or whatever?
7 to 5.
7 to 5. Okay, good. So
we
there we go.
need more Chris Greers in those drafting rooms just to sprint up to make the pick.
I'm with you there, man. They've got to do that. All right, let's take a quick break. When we come back, we'll finish off our Aaron Rodgers conversation because I want to get a little bit into that, and then we'll start to preview what the Dolphins are going to do as we find out more of these picks coming off the board. And now that we're finally getting closer to the Dolphins pick at this point, thank you. Thank you. Appreciate it, man. Big time. He came from out of state to visit us here.
Really?
Yeah.
No way.
He watches on YouTube every day.
Oh,
and
it's fantastic.
Yeah, he came from out of state to watch us.
What state?
I think it was, I think he said North Carolina.
Oh, my God.
Yeah. So, yeah. He came down here to hang out and watching us, man. So, good stuff. Appreciate it. So I love it, man. And anyway, so I thank all of you out here for coming. We had a great crowd again. It's starting to die out a little bit now because obviously we're getting into the third round and people
Bunch of wusses. You got to wait for 81. Why? There's 2 empty tables in here. You got to get people into those tables. 81 is coming up. We're what?
That's right.
18 picks away. Come on, guys.
Come on out here, man. Join us. All right, let's take a quick break. We'll come back on the other side. We'll get you ready for pick number 81. You can send in some questions on the YouTube channel. Send it in on Twitter at Big O Show or at Alex Dono. We thank everybody listening on our apps, radio.net, Simple Radio, Radio FM. The other one that works really well is Zeno Radio.
Yeah, I haven't tried that one yet.
Actually, really good. And then we added another one that's only Apple only. And what is it called? Top Radio. Top Radio also works really, really well. So we have several apps. If you go to onsideradio.com, on the right side, you'll see like 6 different apps that you can download right there and then lock it in. Just search OnSide Radio. We thank everybody on YouTube. We thank everybody on Twitch. We got Tito Benash down at the studios, Sean Stanley down here, and, of course, Alex Dono, my co-host. We take you, of course, to the 81st pick, and we'll talk to Omar Kelly. We'll get you ready for the Dolphins pick in the 3rd round when we come back as we continue our coverage of the 2021 NFL Draft Day 2. All righty, we are back, baby. Yes, sir. It is day 2 of the NFL Draft, and, of course, the only place you can catch it locally here with real coverage is, of course, OnSideRadio.com. None of those cheesy-ass stations that are left over with a couple of people left that do a good job, don't get me wrong, but they got no resources, they got nothing. We are here for you, the Doll fan, so make sure you spread the word out there. Make sure you all smash that like button while you're watching. Send in your questions. Since we last left you on the break, the second round was wrapped up with Kyle Trask, the quarterback out of Florida. He will become the future for the Tampa Bay Bucs.
So is Tom Brady going to ask for a trade now, like Aaron Rodgers? Is he disrespected? They're trying to replace him because Tom Brady might want to play till he's 50.
Yeah, no, he could. I mean, that avocado ice cream will keep you going, baby.
I can't think of an ice cream flavor I would least want than avocado ice cream. Maybe like mushroom flavored ice cream, which is actually I've seen that before and it's bizarre. Never tried it, but avocado flavored ice cream, that's got to be up there.
Oh, that is just absolutely brutal. The Jags went with the Cisco kid. You know, he was a friend of mine. So Andre Cisco, by the way, Syracuse safety, ends up going to the Jags at number 65 overall. The Vikings pick is in at number 66.
We're moving now.
They're on commercial break. Yeah, that's the good thing about this now, that it starts to move at this point. And I think we will get to 81 a little faster than what we expected when it's all said and done.
Hey, we play the Jaguars this season, right? So we're gonna get an up and close look at Trevor Lawrence.
Yes.
Hopefully Jalen Phillips can do what he did to him last year. Jalen Phillips had a big strip sack in that game against Clemson last year. So yeah. I mean, I hope the outcome goes better because Phillips' team did not beat Trevor Lawrence's team last year, but let's get it done this year, man.
Yeah, so we are waiting the Vikings pick. We were talking a little bit about the Rodgers situation, and, you know, that one is eventually he will end up somewhere. The question is who's left, who wants to trade for him, because now San Francisco made their bed. Now they got to lie in it. And so the Denver Broncos are the one team that he can go to right now because what you have in place is still not the answer. You know, so they've kind of left themselves open to it. The Vikings, by the way, are making their way to the podium now. We will find out what the 66th pick in the 2021 NFL Draft. Here we go. No face paint by Randall Cunningham either. Where's John Randall? I'm sorry.
Hey, Minnesota, are you ready? With the 66th pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the Minnesota Vikings select Kellen Mond, quarterback, Texas A&M.
There's Mond.
All right, so, well, listen. You know, this is the part that's kind of twisted as a Dolphins fan because we got the wrong Chris Spielman. Okay, Rick Spielman, I'm sorry. Chris was his brother for Ohio State. Yeah. We got the wrong Rick Spielman because the guy we got was really green, had not done it, and then he was also dealing with Dave Wanstead and a power struggle. And it's interesting because he then moves on to a personnel director job at Minnesota, then gets named the general manager, and he has done an outstanding job of loading up. In fact,
absolutely,
I credited him or gave him credit last night because I thought it was really crafty the move down where he got a couple of third-rounders and still got a hell of a player, and I thought he made a great move there. Yesterday, Minnesota moves from 14 to 23 and then ends up with Christian Darrisaw, the tackle out of Virginia Tech. I thought he did a great job. Now, the only problem with Rick Spielman has been he can't solve the quarterback issue.
Yeah.
You know, Kirk Cousins is serviceable. He's not bad, but he's not necessarily the guy that's going to carry your team. You know, this is one of the knocks that I have on lots of quarterbacks, that when chaos happens, and chaos will happen, and plays will not go as designed, then all of a sudden you got to ad-lib. You got to find ways to overcome. You got injuries. You're on your second tackle. You're on your third center. You got to find a way to set up the blocking, to make the right call, to make the right throw, to get rid of it quickly. A lot of guys can't do all of that. That's why, like Tannehill, To me, it'll always be Tannehill because look at with all the stats he's put up at the end of the year.
He still can't get you to the promised land.
Exactly. When the playoffs are going on, and if the beast isn't running,
right,
and all of a sudden you need him because it's chaos, it's gone. Kirk Cousins the same way. If everything's on script, he's all right. But when it goes off script and all of a sudden now you need your quarterback to step up and elevate your team, he can't do that. Only certain guys can lift an entire team, all right? And Kirk Cousins is not that guy. That's the one position that Rick Spielman / John Elway cannot. And listen, signing Peyton Manning is not settling it. You didn't discover anything there. But Rick Spielman and John Elway, they can't find a young quarterback.
Yeah.
They can't trade for one. They can't draft one. They cannot get a young quarterback in there to lead their team. And Minnesota has had the kind of team that is worthy of a Super Bowl.
Yes.
By the way, the Texans pick is in. Dono is loving how it's moving because he knows wings come faster this way.
Yeah,
that's really
I'm
what it's all
for
about.
My grilled special wings.
It's wings and whatever bet he has going on right now.
I'm done. I'm done for the night. One for one for today. 1 for 1 yesterday. 500. Boring.
All right, let's go to the podium and let's get the pick for the Houston Texans.
Over the course of the last 2 days. But here comes the selection.
I don't know if I'm live. Let's go. First of all, I hope y'all having some fun because this is crazy out here. This draft is awesome. Much love to the traveling Texans. My guy right here, 24 years of marriage, happy anniversary to his wife. I just found out I walked across the stage. Show his wife some love. Show his wife some love. Cleveland, what's happening? I'm gonna take 10 seconds to tell y'all a quick story. My dad is from New York, but he loves the Cleveland Browns. When I was a kid growing up, the Brownies this, the Brownies that, them Brownies gonna be all right this year. When I got drafted, he wanted the Browns to draft me. I didn't get that lucky. I got drafted by the Texans, so it's all good, baby. All right, with the 67th pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, my Houston Texans select Davis Mills, QB from Stanford.
Wow.
Go Texans, baby.
All right, there you go. Another team, by the way. They've got, of course, the sexist, the man that needs to have sex every day, so he goes to IG to get some sex. They've got issues there. They did sign my boy from Virginia Tech. What's his name? He was over in the Chargers. The punctured lung.
Tyrod
Taylor.
Yeah.
Who's, by the way, one of the best human beings you'll ever meet. Tyrod Taylor is such a good young man. I'm telling you, he's a really good kid. I wish he had the talent. He has the talent, but he doesn't have the accuracy and consistency to be a pro. A number one, he's a backup. But that's one of those guys that I wish he had it all to become that. It's like Bridgewater. You love Bridgewater, but unfortunately the good Lord did not ever bless him with the ability to excel at the next level. So these guys at Houston have quarterback problems. And Davis Mills is considered the most accurate quarterback of this day. Okay, and I'm going over Mond, I'm going over Trask, I'm going over any of the guys that are going to be picked in this second day and maybe even in the future. He's not in that group that got taken yesterday. But out of those guys, this is the guy. Although I would rather take a gamble on Kellen Mond over Davis Mills.
Yeah, I like
they're
Kellen
both
Mond, too.
They're both gambles, but I love Mond's explosive talent. And so if you actually harness that talent and you refine it, then you might have a quarterback in Kellen Mond. Davis Mills, I almost see him like a game manager on his best day, if he can get there.
Yeah, this all kind of makes me wonder, and it reminds me, I'm so intrigued to see what happens with Deshaun Watson, because one of the things that we've noticed since last Friday. Oh, we have something? Podium.
Yes, we got the Falcons. They are coming to the podium now. They are about to make the pick here at number 68.
Back the first opportunity they get, they take Davis Mills. All right, let's see who's up next here as the picks are coming
With
in
the
fast.
68th pick
The Falcons.
in the 2021 NFL Draft, the Atlanta Falcons select Jalen Mayfield, guard, Michigan.
All right, well, this is one of those big boys that was going to go somewhere in the second and third rounds. So I'm not surprised that Mayfield from Michigan. We got to do a Mad Dog reference. We are in the draft. It's a Michigan player, so in honor of the Mad Dog, which rest in peace, sir.
Long live the Mad Dog.
Long live the Mad Dog. We all love you. We all miss you. You went too soon, my friend.
Yes.
Way too soon. And so Mayfield. This is actually, I think the Falcons needed to protect the guy. So all of a sudden now, Falcons are, doing what they're supposed to do right now in this draft.
It's a far cry from Penei Sewell that they could have had yesterday, but yeah.
No, I know, but they needed to get some beef there overall. And the Falcons, if I remember correctly, what was they got Richie Grant out of UCF with the 40th pick in the second round. So, I'm keeping up with my notes. So they needed to get some help on the offensive line. Jalen Mayfield, dude, this guy's 6'5", 320, 330. He's a mammoth human being. Now, I like him, but I like him more as a road grader. I want to see what he does as a pass protector at the next level, because to me, that's going to be the challenge for Jalen Mayfield, is becoming a great pass protector. That's why he fell to where he's at right now. He's got a lot of ability, but the footwork needs to improve at the next level if he's going to be a great pass protector. Road grader, he is. You're going to be able to run behind him from early on, but he's got to get more technically sound when it comes to pass protection.
Another pick is in. This is great. We're flying.
Yeah. Yeah, so it's the Bengals now, right?
Munoz making the pick.
All right, let's go.
Good evening, Ohio. With the 69th pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the Cincinnati Bengals select Joseph Osai, linebacker, Texas.
All right.
By the way, can you explain to me what the point is of having the fans sit on the couch randomly while the pick is announced?
I think those fans are fans that are honored for each team as one of their.
That's what it was.
That Hall of Fame competition.
We were wondering why Fireman Ed wasn't given the gig for the Jets yesterday.
By the way, wasn't our guy winning it? Didn't Ed win it? Didn't Big Ed win it for the Dolphins?
I don't know, but if he didn't, he should have.
I think so, right? Didn't Big? Somebody help me out on the chat board that's got that. I want to say Big E, right?
Big E.
He was the Super Bowl. Okay. So it was a Super Bowl. Okay. So Big E was the Super Bowl.
I'd rather go to the Super Bowl than the draft. Anyway,
all right. He's a good dude. I see him on. I run into him on social media a lot. He's a good dude. So what's it called? We are now, by the way, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 picks away from, and the Panthers pick is already in.
Oh, this is so
We are 11 picks away from the Dolphins selection at number 81, ladies and gentlemen. So we are getting closer. And again, I want to mention my center is available. My wide receiver is available. Okay. What else do I have available? Who else did I mention? My center, Quinn Miners. My receiver, Nico Collins. See, I'm trying to see. What's it called? The pick is in? All right, let's.
Pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the Carolina Panthers select Brady Christensen, tackle, BYU.
All right.
There you go.
BYU, Brady Christensen.
The guy protecting Zach Wilson last year.
Yep. So finishing off, Kenneth Gainwell is still available from Memphis.
I want Gainwell, or of course I want Brevin Jordan.
Or Brevin Jordan is available. Okay, and the Carter kid, also.
Michael Carter. Oh, you know what?
From UNC.
I think I slightly prefer Gainwell, but I would not mind Carter. You know what?
So,
hate to say it, but Michael Carter feels right at home running at Hard Rock Stadium because he's still picking up chunky yardage from that game last year.
Yeah, because I'm looking at my list and they're all gone pretty much, man.
Jeez.
They're all pretty much gone. So I've got. Well, and listen, everybody has different needs. So some of these guys, I think, will end up making it. Oh, the other kid, Elijah Mitchell, the Louisiana kid. He's 5'11", 217, and runs in the 4.3s. He's another running back that I have there. He's behind those guys. But Carter, Gainwell, and Elijah Mitchell is another one. If they want a running back, that might be some of the guys that they get that are left. Hey, you know who's another not a bad player?
Who's that?
Dami Brown, the wide receiver from UNC, the six-footer.
Diami Brown.
Diami, and that's how it's pronounced, Diami Brown. That's another kid that, again, if you want a bigger receiver, he's 6'1.5". So he's, so he's a pretty decent sized receiver. That might be another guy that could be an option if they want to go receiver. So there's still some pretty good players available right now for the Miami Dolphins. Now, they probably won't select any of the ones I'm talking about. They'll probably select something else. I don't know. But, I mean, we've been kind of in the ballpark all in the first 2 nights here, pretty much. So we've kind of been telling you about some of these players that have been doing it. Eddie Lepp is saying Big E is picking.
Oh, that's great. So he just hasn't come up yet.
Yeah. All right. He goes, he almost won. I think he's second or third. Oh, okay. All right. He's a good dude, man.
Well, I mean, they've got a fan in the chair for every pick, and the Dolphins have, a dozen picks in this draft?
Yeah.
So he's going to get his opportunity.
Yeah, that's pretty amazing. It's pretty amazing that they're using different fans for each round, too, right?
It looks like a comfortable chair they get to sit in
yes,
as well.
Yeah, and fart in, too, at the same time. That's that chair. There's no way that's the commissioner's
They
chair.
should put that cushion in the Pro Football Hall of Fame on display for the chair that was farted in by like 300 people or whatever it is.
Because there's at the end of the night, at the end of the weekend, the commissioner's going to go, get rid of that chair, dude. I don't want that chair ever again. Everybody's been sitting on it, sweating on it, farting on it. I mean, that's just not the kind of chair that you want to put back. Now, I bet you though they might do something crazy like that. Not at the Hall of Fame, but something to honor the chair or something, or bring it back next year and it becomes like a thing. You know what I'm saying? So
hopefully they Lysol the chair, but then they bring it back.
It might be, man. You just never know. I mean, it is pretty amazing. All right, let's do this. Let's take a quick break as we're getting to the top of the hour here. We'll come back on the other side. Giants pick is in already, so we'll have that when we come back, and we'll get ready. We still have the Giants coming up. We've got the let me see here. I think because we got the Giants,
Lions, 9 picks away after this.
Yeah, Giants, Lions, Eagles, Washington, and Dallas are coming up. So we'll keep you updated on all of that. We're coming to you live from Sports Grill here in Bird Road and 114th. Please smash the like button while you're watching on YouTube. Again, also smash the like button and subscribe, whether it's on YouTube, on Twitch, on any of our podcasts. If you're listening, all of those things are really, really important, so we thank you. Let's take a quick break. Oh, let's go to the pick. You want to go to the pick? Let's go to the pick. What the hell? Go for it.
In the 2021 NFL Draft, the New York Giants select Aaron Robinson, defensive back, UCF.
All right, UCF boy goes. We will take a break. We will come back with more right here on the 2021 NFL Draft coverage, Day 2, exclusively right here on OnSideRadio.com. All right, we are back, baby, at Sports Grill here on Bird Road and 114th. Loving life because I got my man Alex Donald. First of all, he knows that wings are right around the corner.
Oh, I'm so excited.
And then the second part is the draft is going exactly how he wanted.
This is
Lightning
the ADD
quick.
draft. The third round is
This is the
amazing.
Chris Greer side of the draft.
Yeah, you know what? Chris Greer, he's not fazed by only 5 minutes between picks because he was doing this in the first round. Oh, the first round you get 10 full minutes. You got some teams out there milking it. Urban Liar can't decide who to pick, even though everyone knew he was taking Trevor Lawrence. He took all 10 minutes off the clock. Chris Greer was using 3 minutes when he had a 10-minute time limit. So he's not sweating the 5 minutes he's going to get here in the third round.
I'm with you. And for those of you on YouTube right now, I'm seeing there are 93 likes, okay?
Huge.
Come on, man.
94 now.
Let's go. Let's get 6 more. Let's get to 100.
Well, I'm
So
going to
if
like
you're
it.
not
I'm going to like
watching-
it from my burner account as well, so
All right,
we'll
there
get
you go.
95.
So let's go. Let's go. We need a few more. I want to get triple digits in the likes there. So please support us. You're watching. Thank you so much. Give us a little love on the likes there. Let's see if they go up. The guy next to Big O, who looks like Uncle Fester, is doing a really good job of producing and giving pointers to Big O. Yes. Sean carries us, bro. You have no idea.
He is the man.
He is the MVP of this station.
I kind of feel
man.
like there was a compliment wrapped in an insult with that, but still, I mean, people need to recognize that Sean Stanley's doing amazing work.
He is doing amazing work, bro.
Yeah, I don't think he looks like Uncle Fester. He's not completely bald. He's got more hair than me.
No, dude. Joe Philbin looked like Uncle Fester.
Oh, that's so true.
Okay, Larry Coker looked like Uncle Fester.
And he also looked a lot like Joe Philbin. The two of them were twins.
They were probably Uncle Fester's cousins. I don't know, something along those lines. But yeah, put it this way, okay? When I started the station, these are the two first guys I called. Okay?
Thank you.
All right, right there. That's it. These are the first two guys that we brought on board.
And I was very happy to take the call.
Yeah, definitely. No, I was extremely happy that you joined us, obviously, and through our first year, because we've been doing soccer together, but for our first 6 months. This goes back to the early days of radio where we're having fun doing radio. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Where you know how it's been the last few years. It's just been a crap storm, as they say, and just a political nightmare.
Well, because
obviously.
you used to work not only with great people but for great people. It's not been the case lately.
Exactly. That is the case. The Cowboys pick is in. I have no idea who the hell this is.
He's the guitarist from the Black Puma.
All right, well, let's go. Bring it up.
Announcer of their selection.
What's up, Cleveland? I'm here, and with the 75th pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the Dallas Cowboys select Osa Odigizua, defensive tackle from UCLA.
All right.
He must have been so mad that that guitarist this is the name you guys are going to make me say? He nailed it, though. Osa Ogid. See, I can't even do it.
Odigizua.
Odigizua.
It's actually, when you break it down, Odigizua is.
Yeah, but it's
still
so
kind of tongue-tied.
it's intimidating. It's such a long name.
And by the way, we are now 5 picks away from the Miami Dolphins. The Raiders have back-to-back picks. Now, hey, I've told you this. We're 5 picks away. Brevin Jordan.
Yeah.
Michael Carter.
Yeah.
Elijah Mitchell. Quinn Miners.
Yeah.
Nico Collins.
Woo. Who do you want out of those 5?
Quinn Miners. I want the center
I want
badly
Michael Carter.
because now we have completed the line.
We
If
got
they get
Skura. If Skura can figure out how to snap,
But
we're
it's
good.
not the future. This kid would be the future where you start Quinn.
But I need a running back right now.
Think about it this way. You're starting Skura and you're starting Fluker while you're grooming the future.
Miles
and then the two
Gaskin has
guys
way too much job security. Like you got to get somebody. Like how is this guy? Like every year I'm the man. They're not drafting anybody. How does Miles Gaskin have this much job security? Get me Michael Carter, man, or get me Brevin Jordan.
Or maybe they also think one of these guys are going to last to the 4th round, and so they're going to get that running back in the 4th round.
Didn't they try that last year? They outsmarted themselves, and then there was nobody left.
Yeah, but I have no problem with this. Saints pick, by the way, is already in, which, again, we are loving what's going on here right now. The Saints are at number 76 right now. Next up will be the Chargers, then the Vikings, then the Raiders twice, and then the Miami Dolphins. with their pick. They're now making it to the podium now, and I'm getting excited because a lot of the guys I like are still available, and will the Dolphins select those guys? The Saints, by the way, are picking 12th in this round. It's 76 overall. Let's go to it.
Who that? With the 76th pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the New Orleans Saints select Paulson Adebo, defensive back, Stanford.
All right, Paulson Adebo.
A lot of Stanford players now coming off the board this round.
I can't tell you anything about this kid.
I was hoping you could. I can make something up.
All right, go for it.
Good coverage
Well, you'll sound
skills.
like Colin Coward, so go ahead.
Big 6'1", 198 pounds, a big physical cover corner. I think he's got plug-and-play ability. I don't know how he fell this long. I mean, 76 overall. I thought Paulson Adebo wouldn't go past the 65th pick. This is a steal for the Saints.
A steal for the Saints. And he gets gumbo. So, you just can't beat that, right?
Dude, it's amazing. I've only been to New Orleans once in my life. I was there for 2.5 days, and I ate so much. You could name any.
So good.
You could name any signature New Orleans dish, and I had it. I must have had 9 meals there in 2.5 days.
You do know that if we do end up setting it up where we go to the Senior Bowl and we do our broadcast there all week,
we can stop in New Orleans?
Well, I always stop on the Friday on the way home. We stop in New Orleans. Because what we do is we work the week like animals, Monday through Thursday, because it's a lot of work, and people don't even realize the amount of work we do while we're there. And then Friday, we go to Bourbon Street and hang out,
That's
party,
amazing.
Sleep in, wake up in the morning, and then drive back.
I mean, nobody wakes up before noon on Bourbon Street anyway.
Right, exactly. Yeah, you wake up to the smell of urine in the streets, and throw up.
Before I went there, a lot of people were saying, New Orleans is a very polarizing city. People either tell you it's the most incredible place on planet Earth, or they tell you, oh, it's dirty, it smells, it's overrated. I found it to be delightful.
Oh, I love the place.
I might have just been so drunk the whole time I didn't realize how dirty it was.
But if you go, and when you go in the morning and you wake up, boy, you smell the what was left over from the night before. All right, so now we've got the Chargers pick at number 77. Let's go to that selection.
With the 77th pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the Los Angeles Chargers select Josh Palmer, wide receiver, Tennessee.
I was kind of worried they might take Brevin Jordan, so I'm relieved.
This is kind of not that this kid is that, but back in the day, Tennessee receivers were like, it was like you wanted a Tennessee receiver. They used to produce awesome receivers into the NFL all the freaking time, dude, and they stopped doing that a long time ago.
Yep.
Well, Tennessee,
they've been irrelevant,
which is, again, it's kind of like the U. It's so weird because you have, well, they're even better than Miami because they have their own stadium. They've had it forever.
Neyland Stadium.
Yeah, that Rocky Top crap goes on, the singing it the entire time. You got the checkerboard end zones. That's always been like a bucket list place for me to go see a game. There's several college places I want to go to. Tennessee would be one.
Yeah.
Not anymore now because they suck so bad that it's just, why do I want to go there? You know what I'm saying? Maybe if the U is playing and they can kick their ass there and I'm there, maybe that'll be fun. But it's funny how the wide receivers that used to come out of that school, that disappeared, dude, because that was wide receiver U also.
It was. And, you think about like bucket list college stadiums. One that I actually low-key I want to go to is, I don't know the name of the stadium, but where the West Virginia Mountaineers play.
Oh, yeah.
Because that place is in.
Isn't it Neyland something stadium or?
I don't know. I can't remember because I used to know when Miami used to play there every year in the Big East, but the fans there supposedly go crazy because, I remember talking to Miami players back in the day, when it used to be the Big East thing, you'd play there once every 2 years. Anytime you would ask these guys, what's like the toughest road environment to play in, to a man, they would almost always say at West Virginia because those fans are going to taunt you, they're going to be loud, they're going to throw stuff at you. It's just one of those spots where they really take their fandom very seriously.
I'm sorry, it's now called Mountaineer Field at Milan Puskar Stadium.
Oh, who could forget the great Milan Puskar?
Okay, that's what it's called now. Wow, that's all right. We got the pick. Let's go for the Vikings.
And here we go.
with the 78th pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the Minnesota Vikings select Chaz Surratt, linebacker, North Carolina.
He's not bad.
I like him.
Yeah.
That's actually one guy I do know there. That's a nice pick. He's got size. Kid moves around really, really well. He's a good tackler also. That's
Very
one of the
good
things that I remember about Surratt. He is a very
115 tackles last year.
Yeah. He's got 207 on his career. He's a sure tackler. So those guys that I do know there. I can't tell you anything about Josh Palmer, and I can't tell you anything about Paulson Adebu or whatever, or the Ossa guy from UCLA. But Chaz, I do know something about. Again, my 5 guys are there.
Burgers and fries.
We got Raiders now picking back-to-back. They've got 1 minute and 44 seconds now.
How do you think they decide who to pick first? Do you think they flip a coin, like which name to announce first? Because they probably know like which 2 guys they're getting. As obviously, whoever they take, they're taking the other guy next.
Yeah.
So how do they would the salary be slightly different for the guys? So
there's always a little different.
Who do we want to pay more? Is what they're going to do. That's a really high stakes decision there.
Yeah. 3rd round, 79th and 80th pick, and the Dolphins are just these 2 picks away now.
Oh, I can smell it.
And listen, the Raiders.
You know what the Raiders should do to save some time? Just go up there and announce both picks at once.
Well,
are they going to go back on the clock after that?
I mean, they do need defense. So I don't know what if you want to get a corner here, you want to look for a safety here. Wait a minute, I think did they not take they might have taken a safety earlier. I'm trying to see now if that's the case, because I'm not exactly sure here on the picks. They got Leatherwood. Yeah, they did. They got Trevor Mooring. I was right.
Oh, okay.
So yeah, see, it helps to write it, bro, because it does kind of come.
Yeah,
back.
Yeah, because I was Googling it, and you found it quicker in your handwritten notes. I'll give you that.
So Trevor Mooring got selected. So they did take a safety. They do need some corner help. They need some help on defense. I really do. I think he's a guy that is going to play with a chip on his shoulders the entire time, because he's going to carry Wisconsin Whitewater with him everywhere he goes.
Oh, yeah.
And I think that's going to be, it's going to bring an effect to all of this.
I like this comment. Raiders might take a kicker. Man of 1,005 Hold said. I mean, listen, they've reached for kickers before. What was Janikowski, a second-round pick?
No,
a first-round pick.
First-round pick. No. And then the second-round pick was the punter.
That's right.
And by the way, both ass kickers.
Yeah.
You know what?
They did well.
We should never, ever laugh at Davis for drafting Janikowski. Do you know who the leading scorer in the history of the Raiders is?
Because he played till he was 50.
Well, but that's what I'm saying. They ended up making a really good pick, because he was a really good player.
If he wasn't making those kicks, somebody else could have.
Oh, man, he had a lot of beef behind that leg, dude.
I think the Dolphins should consider
Problem is,
81.
didn't he kind of eat his way out of He got wider and wider.
Well,
bro.
and he was
he
also
looked like
he was
me
also
by the
a
end
drunk.
of his career.
He couldn't hold his liquor at the end. No, but you know who the Dolphins should consider taking at number 81? If we want to draft a Kane, maybe Brevin Jordan is not the guy. Jose Borregales. That kid was automatic at Miami.
Yes.
We got the younger brother now at the U. Let's keep the older brother in the 305.
Well, we got Sanders, bro. He's
yeah,
really
right.
good.
We do have a really good kicker. Well, trade Sanders, bring in Jose Borregales,
and they
backup
just gave
kicker.
him a contract.
Backup kicker, Jose Borregales. Let's go.
I love that. That would be fantastic. A backup
Shane
kicker.
Leckler, by the way, was the punter.
Can you imagine the coach? Can you imagine the coach coming to the podium? Well, we needed a backup kicker, and we couldn't pass him up.
We couldn't pass him up. Jason Sanders, he's overpaid. He's old news. They can get Borregales on a rookie contract. They can trade Sanders somewhere. Trade him for Deshaun Watson. You could probably get value on that now. Well, let's go. Trade him for Aaron Rodgers. Let's do this.
I love that. That is just absolutely fantastic. So we're awaiting now. I would imagine the Raiders' second pick is about to come in too, because they've got the pick in already for the Raiders, and then the next one is, the clock's already rolling on that one.
Yeah, it is.
So we're gonna get to the Dolphins pick really quickly now. And listen, I can't argue with Omar on the linebacker. I mean, it's a position of need.
Yeah, it is.
You know what I mean? So it's you got to shore up that defense also. They got it there, Raiders D tackle or some of the, like I told you, defense. Their defense is terrible secondary. They've got a lot of areas that they've got to improve in that secondary because it's really, really bad. And the Raiders just cut their second-round pick, Key, from 2 years ago.
That's right.
You know what I mean? And they cut a third-round pick, too, also. So this is all under these guys, their picks.
Yeah,
okay?
This brain trust there with Mayock and Gruden.
And you use brain trust really loosely, by the way, okay?
Some people are better on television than they are actually making decisions.
Yes, exactly. This isn't.
You know what? I really miss Mike Mayock on TV. I'm kind of hoping that I'm hoping he flames out pretty soon with the Raiders so we can go back to NFL Network, because I thought Mike Mayock was my guy, right? Watching drafts on TV, I would always choose NFL Network over ESPN, and one of the big reasons for that was Mayock. He does nothing for me with the Raiders.
Yeah, well, we'll see now what happens with the picks because they are in. The Raiders are going to the board, so we will find out very shortly on what the next pick is for the Las Vegas Raiders.
I mean, yeah, it's hard not to say Oakland. I know some people who still call them the L.A. Raiders.
Yes.
They've been around.
Yeah, it's like you're all over the place, man. You're like Sagua Fair. You're everywhere. You're like you've got 4 cities that you call home now.
Now, if you're in Oakland, do you keep supporting a team when they move? Because I know a lot of the San Diegans were very angry the Chargers, and that's only like 2.5 hours away, and they threw a fit about that.
No, but the Raider fans are loyal.
The Raider fans are loyal. Like, I feel that.
They've been bitch slapped all over the place.
Yeah.
But they are loyal, dude, and they follow them when they go to L.A. They follow them when they go back to Oakland. They follow them when they go to Vegas. They are, and the good thing for them, an Oakland to or San Fran Vegas flight is not that expensive.
That's true, and Vegas is not a bad place to hang out on a weekend.
And if you're an LA fan, that you're still a Raider fan from their days there, shooting over to Las Vegas is cheap also.
Yep.
So it's not that. I wouldn't be surprised if there are several Raider fans that don't live in Nevada and they live in California somewhere, northern or southern, and they're season ticket holders.
Yeah, they probably
and
drive
they probably
over there.
drive or fly in and out
yeah.
because flying in and out, you probably can get a ticket for $120 or something, you know? So it's not that expensive to fly. I know because I had tickets, well, I still have the tickets for Pearl Jam 2 nights in Oakland.
Ooh.
And that's been
did they move it to Vegas?
Dude, that was the week I was going to Vegas for the draft.
Oh.
2 days before that week started, I was going to Oakland, and then I bought a ticket for $54 to fly one way from San Fran into Vegas, and then we were going to go for the week of the draft. Our week, we were going to be out there for 10 days. We were going to start it off with the Pearl Jam concert.
That sounds like a hell of a week.
Are you kidding me? 2 nights in a row, Pearl Jam?
It's not bad.
Oh, man. I was going to go hang out with my man NorCal out there, even though he hates Pearl Jam. All right, so the pick is in for the Raiders. They have 2 picks in this draft right now, 79 and 80. Let's go to that selection.
Raiders. That's what I'm saying. There we go. Hey, in all seriousness, rest in peace to the late, great Willie Brown. I have the pleasure of carrying on this tradition with the Raiders and reminding everybody, next weekend is Mother's Day. Call your mom, go drive, pick up groceries, tell her you love her, tell her you miss her. Take care of your moms, man. They run this thing. With that being said, with the 79th pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the Las Vegas Raiders select Malcolm Kuntz, defensive end, Buffalo.
All right, linebacker from Buffalo, Malcolm Kuntz.
What a name.
Or defensive end, actually, I'm sorry. From he's 6'2", 249. I can't tell you anything about him. I don't watch Buffalo football.
It's weird because, he announced him as a defensive end, but on the ESPN crawl, they have him at a linebacker. So outside
he's
linebacker.
6'2", 249.
Edge guy,
right.
tweener.
Right, tweener type guy. So, but let me tell you, 249, he's pretty full.
Yeah.
He's a pretty big kid.
Sure is.
Already, and at 6'2", that gives him an opportunity maybe to add
he hits
a
hard.
little more ball.
I'm watching the sizzle reel right now. This dude is not kidding around with the way he sacks quarterbacks.
Well, and then the next pick for the Raiders is in. Once again, all 5 of the guys that I've mentioned, and we can throw in the linebacker, 6th player that Omar mentioned, are available, so it'll be interesting to see what direction the Miami Dolphins go in, which, by the way, the pick is in for the Dolphins also.
Wow.
I mean, they're not
Chris Greer, that's my dude. If we had 32 Chris Greers in the league, the first round would have taken 45 minutes.
I know. It would be awesome. Oh, okay. So Divine Diablo is going now to the Raiders.
Wow.
Diablo. He is a safety, Virginia Tech. I'm looking to see if there's anything for the Dolphins. So nothing yet on the Dolphins, but the pick is in. All right, so I told you guys. All right, we got Brevin Jordan you can take a chance on. Michael Carter from UNC. Kenneth Gainwell from Memphis. Elijah Mitchell from Louisiana. Nico Collins, wide receiver out of Michigan.
Jose Borregales, kicker, Miami.
And Quinn Miners, the center from Wisconsin Whitewater, which I would have picked in the second round. So
yeah, right.
Kudos to what's it called, to Chris Greer for having the patience, saying, nah, hold on, relax. We'll have more players there. And Quinn Miners has lasted to the third round. So let's see if he does go here. That would be a great pick for the Miami Dolphins, getting a little Quinn Miners action. And he looks like a flow-type player, man. Seriously, he looks like lunch pail, bringing it, enthusiasm, energy, strength. I really like, and he can move too, man, for a center. So he's going to be able to get to the second level. You know, Ikenberg, that's the other thing people don't talk about. Ikenberg can move to the second level too. So he's not going to live in a phone booth. He can actually move and motor and get to that next level and help the running back open up some holes. So the pick is in for the Miami Dolphins. I love it. Let's see if they're making their way to the podium.
I'm thinking tight end hero.
Well, hey, man. I mean, right now, Brevin Jordan is not a bad pick for the Miami Dolphins. There we go. So a Finn fan there. And let's see. All right, here we go. The pick for the Miami Dolphins is in. Byron Jones, the cornerback for the Dolphins, announcing it.
For the Dolphins here in round 3.
Hello, hello, hello. Shout out to the Miami Dolphins organization for giving the opportunity to be here. Shout out to Caleb Thornhill in particular. That being said, with the 81st pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the Miami Dolphins select Hunter Long, tight end, Boston College.
Wow.
A little bit out of left field, eh?
Yes, I am a little
shocked.
Yes. Now, I want to know something about this kid. Is it more about him being a receiver or a blocker is what I'm thinking of right now. He's 6'5", 253.
Sounds like a blocker.
Yeah, I'm wondering if he's more of a blocker. They've got him in line right now. I'm watching the highlights. I don't know a lot about this kid. Well, wait a minute. He's catching some passes. Yeah, they wanted to find another playmaker at tight end. So they're set on kind of combating what they did. Well, there he is as a blocker too now. So this is a kid that kind of does it all, because I see him lining. He's on the line all the time, which you know they're not going to do that with Gesicki. So here's a kid. I don't know too much about this kid, to be honest with you. He wasn't on my radar, to be honest. So they must like him, obviously, if they picked him here.
He moves a little bit like Will Mallory from the Canes.
He's got some speed. He's got a little separation. And what I like is, what I'm watching, at least from the highlights, they got him in line and they got him out wide.
Versatility, baby.
So they use him both ways. He can block. He can pass catch. So obviously they wanted to add another playmaker at tight end. He's not just – and by the way, there he goes. He completes the Rubik's Cube in 47 seconds.
Oh, my God, we had to get
That's
this
it.
guy.
That's done.
It took me 47.
That's all I need.
It took me 47 months to complete that puzzle. Let me give you some strengths.
Let me tell you something. I never completed that thing. What I did was I took off the stickers and re-put them and just put them in the same colors.
See, honestly, that's smarter than actually solving
That's it.
Because you figured out the cheat code.
Right.
Let me give you some strengths and weaknesses from the newest Miami Dolphins tight end. From the NFL.com draft profile. Strengths: picks up his play speed as route progresses, able to attack the seam and potentially all three levels, uses hand fighting to clear handsy coverage at the top of the route, made first downs on 60% of his catches in 2020.
Wow.
I like that. So he's going to move the chains.
So he's a big play guy. They
play
go
guy.
to him in clutch moments.
Yep, I like that. Gains some separation out of his turns, scrambles open for his quarterback.
And we saw that.
We saw that in the clip.
A little separation, yes.
Let me give you some of the weaknesses. Play strength and aggressiveness end up in minus column, allows press to beat and ride him early on. Will race through routes rather than selling his breaks at times. Needs to be more competitive in claiming his catch space. Inconsistent finishing contested catches. not tough enough to handle heavy lifting as a blocker. Okay, so that may debunk the idea that he's already a great blocker. He may need some work on that stuff.
Yeah, somebody on the chat board says Kuiper had him ahead of Jordan, which, remember, Jordan is falling because of the concussions.
Yeah, because of the injuries.
Because of the injuries, the concussions, all that stuff. That's why he's falling, because you can't be trusted whatsoever. So I understand all of that. Interesting pick, Hunter Long, tight end for Boston College. Let's see if we could get Omar on and get his thoughts on that one. And again, listen, this is another playmaker for Tua, okay?
Yep.
And high percentage passes go to the tight end and the running backs. So now you've got your playmakers on the outside, the burners. You've got your tight ends on the inside. You've got a guy now that if you're in short yardage situations, this is the thing. This is what I'm thinking and why they're adding Hunter Long here. You're in a short yardage situation. You pull Gesicki out, and Hunter becomes your guy because he can block. So he can sell the run and the pass, where if Gesicki's in there, you're not selling blocking. You're not selling running. So then all of a sudden you're giving away advantage there at the line. So I think they probably like the progress of some of their backups, but not to the point of this kid. They've probably felt that he adds more in the playmaking ability of it. You know who he reminds me of when I watch him there? The kid from Minnesota that he's now, damn it, I forgot his name. The guy from Boston College. Right, he's actually same school now that I think about it.
I'm not sure.
Yeah, man, Kyle, he was there in Minnesota for several years. Is it Kyle Jordan?
No.
Or is it Kyle
Rudolph?
Kyle Rudolph.
Yeah.
Kyle Rudolph. I forgot where he went now. I forgot where he's at now, but I know he went to another team now. But Kyle Rudolph has been a pretty good player in this league. He kind of reminds me a little bit of Kyle Rudolph when I was watching him.
You know, I still don't know how to feel about this pick. Now, one thing we do need to remember.
By the way, thank you for the likes. We went up to 119. So that is strong by all of you out there watching the chat.
You know, we do have to remember that the top two Dolphins tight ends, they're both in contract years. I mean, Mike Gesicki and Durham Smythe are both heading into contract years. So he's probably going to replace one of them a year from now.
I would say it's Durham Smythe.
Yeah, probably so.
I would imagine you want to keep two playmaking tight ends when it's all said and done. The Washington football team is at the podium. Let's go. No? Oh, that's right. We're waiting for Omar.
Kyle Rudolph is on the Giants,
Yeah,
by the
let's
way.
not do that because we may get Omar to come in. Damani Brown, one of the guys I talked about, just went to Washington, the North Carolina wide receiver. So they're one of the five guys that I talked about. There you go. There's Damani Brown as one of the. I like him. I think he's a pretty decent player. He's
a playmaker.
Pick. That's a nice play. That's a nice pick at this point.
And of course,
the
the
draft.
highlights they show are against Miami because that's when North Carolina scored half of their touchdowns last year. Oh no, I'm sorry, that was against NC State, the one that they just showed. I still have PTSD from that Miami game.
I don't blame you, my brother. I don't blame you, man. What are we getting on it? Kyle Rudolph, you guys were chiming in. Thank you so much.
Yeah, he plays for the Giants now. Yeah,
that is awesome. David says Omar will crap on this pick. Oh my God! True, the Bears drafted a bunch of tight ends last year. Yes, they did.
Yeah, they did.
Yeah, they did. But the difference is, Alexa V, I don't think that they're going to keep a bunch of tight ends like the Bears did. They're going to cut and they're going to release some of these guys. They're not going to keep a lot of them, but they want to get the best ones. Again, they see Durham Smythe. If he's not enough, they're going to replace him with somebody else. And you got to like that when they actually are not willing to hang around if they think a player's not good enough and they want to get better. That's what you do.
This is a good bit of insight that Omar tweeted. I know he's going to join us hopefully here in a couple of minutes, but he says, I believe the Dolphins coached Hunter Long at the Senior Bowl. Long caught 57 passes, 685 yards, scored 5 touchdowns in 11 games last season. So if that's
very
true,
productive.
If that's true that they coached him at the Senior Bowl, so they know something. Like they saw him working out. They had plenty of time to talk to him to see how quick of a learner he is. They know his practice habits. So that's how you really get to know players.
Yeah, no doubt. I'm with you there. Well, let's do this. Let's take a really quick break. Hopefully when we come back, we have Omar Kelly, and we'll get his thoughts on the pick of Hunter Long, tight end for Boston College. We're coming to you live from Sports Grill on Bird Road and 114th as we cover the second night of the draft, of the 2021 draft right here on OnSideRadio.com. All righty, we are back here at beautiful Sports Grill, eating some delicious wings. We're about to have some, folks.
They're so good, man. I could eat these every day.
Yes, exactly. That's kind of, that's the one bright spot about ending the broadcast, and we're waiting for Omar Kelly so we can get his thoughts on the draft. But is of course the ending is this incredibly delicious food that we will have, which is a beautiful thing. And hey, listen, we've been holding out for hours here waiting to eat. So.
Yeah.
We don't want to eat on the air with people, watching or
especially wings because they're a little messy,
yeah,
right?
Messy.
I mean, I go through about 100 paper towels when I'm eating wings.
Yeah, no,
so it's not on-air food.
No, I'm with you there. So we are waiting for Omar Kelly. So overall, what do you think about the draft now?
I don't know what to think about the Hunter Long pick. I loved the first 4 picks, though. I really, really did. The Dolphins got the guy that I would have taken in that spot at wide receiver. Of course, I was hoping that Pitts or Chase would fall to number 6, but I wasn't expecting it. I mean, how often have we talked about that the last few weeks on OnSide Radio? Who do you think's going to be there at number 6? I had really given up hope of Pitts and Chase falling that far. But the next guy on my board was Jalen Waddle, even over Devontae Smith. And then reportedly now the Dolphins actually had Jalen Waddle number 2 overall on their big board behind only Trevor Lawrence. So that's a W for Chris Grier to be able to have Waddle to fall to that spot. I like the Jalen Phillips pick a lot. I thought the Dolphins did a good job in the second round, getting a safety in Holland that they can really use, and Ikenberg, the right tackle. Well, left tackle, they're going to move over to right tackle, I would presume, was solid. The Hunter Long pick, again, I'm not in love with it. Now, I know I may be a little bit of a hypocrite because I did kind of want Brevin Jordan in that spot. I would have preferred a running back, though. I was really hoping to see Michael Carter become a Miami Dolphin there. So you've got a lot of depth now, at tight end. You've got a lot of depth at wide receiver. You've got some depth at safety. It's kind of unfortunate in my eyes that the Dolphins, who aren't scheduled to pick again until the 5th round, may be coming out of this draft without a viable running back the same way they came out at last year's draft without a running back.
Yeah, but I'm not worried about running backs. Like I said before,
Gaskin is the king. I mean, he's never going to get replaced.
Yeah. And by the way, he was top 10 in production on yards last year for a good amount of time in the NFL. And this is without an experienced line, without great playmakers around him. Now he will have great playmakers around him. The line should be better this year than it was last year. And Tua, I expect him to take some leaps and bounds here in year 2. So all of a sudden things will get better for the running backs that are there for the Dolphins. But I would imagine in the 4th round tomorrow, there could be an option for running back at Dolphins. They must be expecting something to drop there. They must be liking somebody. But again, maybe, this Hunter Long move, I got to give them the benefit of the doubt now because they must feel – I don't have a problem adding more playmakers for the quarterback. I don't mind having more offensive linemen for the quarterback. I've seen how it goes when you don't have playmakers and you don't have an offensive line. And the running back, like I said, it's a position you can find. It's not that hard to find. You can find one. You can buy one. You can trade for one. Running backs are a dime a dozen, so that's why I'm not as concerned so much about that position. Eventually, you can figure that one out a lot easier than most other ones.
Doug E. Fresh asked us, are either of us wearing pants?
Of course.
I might have taken them off.
Well, you're not wearing pants,
I'm
but
wearing
I am.
Shorts. I mean, I would have taken them off if we'd gotten Najee Harris yesterday.
Okay, yeah. Why not?
No pants stance.
Yeah, I'm with you there. Let's see, what else do we have here? Only impact player right away, Waddle, maybe Phillips, if he could. No, I disagree with you. I think
Holland and Ikenberg.
And Ikenberg and Phillips, I think, will all be impact players right away. I really do. It's Chris Grier doing a press conference now, so Omar's kind of tied up. He's going to have to do some writing. And look, we're just going over Hunter Long. We'll do it on Monday. On my show at 12:30, where Omar is always on
Monday
Mondays at 12:30.
roundtable question: did Hunter Long make the Dolphins better?
I got to come up with one for Monday, and I'm sure it'll be football related. There's no doubt about that one.
I hope so.
Although Inter Miami's got a big game on Sunday.
Inter Miami's going to win 8-0 on Sunday, and it might be an Inter Miami related question.
Yeah. Well, listen. Don't forget, here at OnSide Radio, we carry the Inter Miami CF games. and we will carry the Sunday game, of course, as always. Dono and I and Sean Stanley will get you ready starting off at noon, along with Fernando Fiore and Chris Whittingham and Thomas Rongen. So, of course, you can catch us there on Sunday. Back on Monday, for those of you that are watching, and maybe this is your first time watching, Alex Dono and the Man of the Match is on every day on OnSide Radio from 3 to 6 p.m. You can watch it on YouTube, on Twitch, listen to it on any of our apps. Go to OnSideRadio.com, scroll down to the right side, and you'll see a whole bunch of apps there. I'm on from noon to 3. Kai Chen Chisholm was here today. He's on 10 to 12. On Mondays, by the way, we have Ethan Skolnick and Ira Winderman with Inside the Paint from 10 to 11, the best basketball show in town by miles and miles and miles. Toast is also here, Toasted Sports. He was here today. He's on every morning, 8 to 10. So we got a great lineup every single day for you guys out there talking local sports. Nobody else in town has got programming from 8 in the morning to 6 p.m. every day live, and we've got Saturday programming, which you'll hear it tomorrow, starting off at 8 a.m. all the way till 3 p.m. So make sure you check it out there at OnSideRadio.com. Again, everybody on the chat board, thank you all out there. Thank you for giving us the thumbs up.
And all the likes, man.
The likes are 123 out there, so thank you all. We appreciate you, Alex Dono, as always, my brother.
I appreciate you, my friend. Excellent work.
I love working with this guy every single day.
Crypto bro.
It is a pleasure and an honor to work with Alex Dono every single day, and no bigger honor than this guy right here, Sean Stanley,
Uncle
the heart
Fester.
and soul. He knows how to get it done for us every single day. He is like the heartbeat of our station, and I appreciate him immensely every single day. Tito Benash. Tito, thank you, sir. This is your final broadcast with us. We love you. I know you're moving on to bigger and better things. We are really excited for you. Unfortunately, we're going to lose you, and that hurts. But we will try to power on, my friend. I wish you the best. I know Dono's got nothing but love for you, and so does Sean.
Absolutely.
It was a pleasure working with you the last 6 months
Great
to a year.
dude. I'm working with him now at 2 different stops, and he's the ultimate pro.
Yes, no doubt about it. So, Tito, thank you, my brother. Much love. Appreciate you. We will all see you on Sunday as we get you ready for Inter Miami. And then tomorrow we got our programming starting off at 8 a.m., so make sure you tune in to OnSide Radio. We got a Panther show, we got Marlins show, we got a soccer show, we got a talk show, we got everything going on. So make sure you're watching a wrestling show, by the way. Sean Stanley, host a wrestling show. Yes, sir. I appreciate all the great folks out here at Sports Grill, making it nice and easy. Carlos, Frankie, all the great owners for making it happen. And our relationship going to be growing with Sports Grill here at OnSide Radio, and we're very proud of that. A lot of things to announce that we're going to be doing down the line, places that you guys will be able to see us at. So we'll be talking about all of that. And wherever we're at, there's going to be a camera always, so you'll be able to catch us on YouTube, Twitch. Again, thank you all out there for tuning in and for keeping it locked here and supporting us in our first 6 months. It's been a real honor. Appreciate you all. And stay tuned here at OnSideRadio.com. Keep supporting us.